We're back in the New York groove. Let's go on. We're missing it. It's on right now.
Yep. And that is the meeting you and Superintendent
Back in the
Patterson
New York
had a
groove.
dispute.
That's a good
Yes.
song.
And
All right.
in that dispute, Superintendent Patterson
All right, I'll
suggested
be right back.
that you favored, and
Got the
I'm not
audio
using the right
resolved.
words, but the overall gist of it was
As will I.
that
Just
you
need to
were
change a few
favoring
settings.
a PLT driven strategy, in part because your husband was leading the PLT, right?
I don't think that's what his, and maybe I'll ask you to rephrase or to repeat it if that's what I
Sure.
felt or if that's what he was saying.
And if I'm characterizing it incorrectly, please feel free to clarify. My understanding was that Superintendent Patterson made a suggestion that you were somehow favoring a more PLT-driven approach, in some way related to the fact that your husband was a team lead for the PLT.
I don't know that that's what he was insinuating, but I can tell you that that was not why I was favoring PLT. I favored PLT because I had seen it in action before. And my husband was actually not normally with PLT, but was a crisis negotiator, so placed in that position.
And I'm not, I just want to be very
Yeah.
clear. I'm in no way suggesting that that's what was happening.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
But just that there was a dispute about your husband's role in PLT and whether that had any influence on your favoring of a PLT strategy.
Yeah, I don't know that that's what he was trying to say, Superintendent Patterson. I want to put words into his mouth. I didn't take it to be that angle that you're suggesting. So I don't want to agree to that because I don't know that that's what he was.
Okay, so please feel free to clarify what you think he was suggesting about your favoring of a PLT strategy and its relationship to your spouse.
I think he was insinuating that I had communicated with my spouse about this particular operation and that had undermined his ability to proceed with the operation.
I got it. Okay, fair enough. And you felt that this was an inappropriate suggestion?
Yes.
Okay. And it was very upsetting to you, I imagine?
Yeah, it was.
Okay. And you spoke to Chief Slowly, who supported you, right?
Yes.
Chief Slowly understood why you were upset?
Yes.
And Chief Slowly removed Superintendent Patterson from his position within the incident command?
After some discussion and my request, yeah.
Yes, and that's appropriate, right? To ask you what you want to do.
Yes.
Right? And then he supported you.
Yes, he did.
Okay. And this is just a very small point, but my friend spent some time looking at the mission statement of the February 9th plan. Do you remember that?
Yes. Yep.
And I just want to be clear for everyone, the upshot of that was that you wanted the role of the PLT or negotiation to be stated explicitly in the mission statement, and Chief Slowly said it's implicit in the mission statement.
Yeah, I wanted the word negotiation in
Right.
there, not necessarily mention of the PLT, but that we are doing this through negotiated methods.
Right. And Chief Slowly said, yeah, I think that's implicit. I don't think it needs to go in the mission statement.
That's right.
Okay.
Well, he said no first. Sorry, pardon my interruption. He said no first, and then he said it's implied.
And then he said it's implied.
Yes.
Okay. One other point before we turn away from the PLT, which is you referred to the fact that you did not feel that senior command necessarily had great facility with the national framework for police preparedness, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And it's fair to say that you as well became familiar with that national framework during the Freedom Convoy?
I had seen it before when I spoke of the group that asked to have more members trained post there was a demonstration at Nicholas and Laurier, and they came back and provided me feedback, and they shared the framework with me at that point in time. I looked at it, supported what they were trying to do, and then put it, on the corner of my desk. So it was refreshed of its existence certainly during the convoy.
Okay, and I'm going to suggest that the language that you've used is you became familiar with the national framework during the convoy.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn now to the integrated planning group. You gave evidence that the integrated planning group support arrived on February 8th.
Yes.
And your evidence was that Chief Slowly was, I think you used the word suspicious of the group, and he was worried about politics, right? That's your
Yes.
evidence?
Yep.
Okay. And were you aware on February 8th of the motion that had been passed by City Council the day before on February 7th? Were you following the motions at City Council at this time?
I don't know which motion you're referring to specifically, so.
Fair enough. On February 7th, the motion was brought and passed by City Council to have the city ask the federal government to assume responsibility for public safety in the parliamentary precinct.
Yes, I'm aware of that one.
Okay. So you were aware at that point that something quite political was happening, right?
Oh, there was lots of politics.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
And of course, that never happened because the motion was entirely without jurisdiction, right?
Yes.
Okay. But when, again, to be fair to Chief Slowly, when this integrated planning group arrives and you perceive him to be somehow resistant or suspicious or whatever words you're using, this is within 24 hours of a motion to have the RCMP take over policing in the parliamentary precinct, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And so it's fair to say that Chief Slowly was dealing with a lot, including at the political level at this time.
No doubt.
Okay. I'm going to ask you now about this issue between the February 9th and the February 13th versions of the plan. And I'm going to ask if we could put up email at OPP 1547, please, which is an email we looked at this morning. If we scroll down to the bottom, please. Okay. So you were asked about this email, and this is an email where Chief Slowly asks you to send him the latest version of the operations plan that I approved on February 9th, right?
Yes.
And when you were giving your evidence this morning, when first asked about this email and this operations plan, you explained that this operations plan that had been signed off on the 9th had then been taken by the integrated planning team, and they were refining it and adding to it and making changes to it, right?
Yeah, I think they were building it out.
They were building it out, okay. And I think your evidence just got a bit confused about the suggestion that there was confusion that there were two different plans, right? There weren't two different plans. There was a February 9th plan, and it evolved into the February 13th plan. Is that fair?
They're two very different plans in their final states. So to say what was happening at this stage in the game would be unfair. I think Superintendent Bernier could probably tell you that piece in greater detail.
Fair, but the commissioner shouldn't be left with the impression that there were two independent plans floating around and no one knew how to reconcile them, right? That wouldn't be fair.
Well, I think further up, I send him the plan that he's talking about. And then the conversation carries on about this integrated plan that is being developed, waiting for signatories and that piece. So it would appear to me that there are two plans at this stage, but one may be the predecessor of the second.
Right, and the difficulty in this email that I'm going to put to you is that you had not been following the status. I shouldn't say you weren't following, I'm sure you were following, but you had not seen the February 13th version, or at this point, yes, the February 13th version yet, right?
I had not.
So what you sent Chief Slowly back was the one that
Frozen. Yeah, am I frozen or is it? Can you still see me? Can anyone see or hear me? Can anyone hear or see Daisy? This is Daisy, radio check. Over. Hey, Daisy here. Can anybody hear or see me? Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah, okay, great. Okay, so Patriot Smoothie will get the feedback up. I am not in the studio, as you can see. Okay, we'll be back very, very shortly, I'm sure. There you go. Stand by for the feed.
Between the police service and the board and council, you attended several board and council meetings with Chief Slowly, both before and during the convoy, right?
I did.
And when questions came up about operations, often Chief Slowly would defer to you and you would provide an operational update.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you and Chief Slowly did that work and updated the board together, right?
Yep.
And you were on the same page about what sort of information the board should have as to the status of operations.
Yes.
I only have another minute, so I'm going to be fast. I'm going to ask you now about resources. Ultimately, it took the additional 1,800 officers that the OPS determined it needed to clear out the occupation, right?
I think it actually took more than that, but yes.
Okay, it took more than that. And this was done without any serious injury or loss of life.
That's right.
And partly in doing this, the police used the powers given to the police by the Emergencies Act.
Yes, I think it assisted, I would say, grease the wheels of the plan that we had in place.
Yes, okay,
Yeah.
fair. So it assisted you in executing the plan.
Yes.
Because you used powers such as threats of seizure of vehicles, right?
Yes.
Threats of seizures of bank accounts.
Yes.
It helped you get tow trucks.
Yes.
It allowed you to prevent assembly in the red zone.
Yes.
So that things, I think we can say, fairly resolved more quickly and more safely because of those additional powers.
Yeah, and Superintendent Bernier may have more details on this. I understand that we had secured some tow trucks, but I would say, you know, in terms of the plan that we had in place, it allowed us to move with further confidence than we would have had, say, without it. We may have seen more challenges later on in court, but we were going ahead with that plan anyway.
Perfect. And before the
May have seen more challenges.
additional resources
I don't know if that's
arrived,
justification.
you'll agree with me that the OPS did not have sufficient resources to end the occupation.
I'll absolutely agree with you.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up are the convoy organizers.
I would agree with Susan. Definitely not safe for the protesters. A protest is a protest is a protest. Quote, Patriot Smoothie. A protest is a protest is a protest.
Chief, and as
Oh.
I've been saying, first, thank you.
It's
for your
Miller
service,
time.
and thank you for your forthright testimony already here that you've given today. I just need to pull one very small thing before I begin. I'm just scrolling to it in my own disclosure.
If you could first introduce yourself
yes,
and speak up a bit, please.
Yes, sorry, sir. Brendan Miller. I am counsel to Freedom Corp.
Hashtag Miller
Corporate
time.
entity that represents
Hashtag
the
Miller time.
protesters that were in your city in January and February of 2022. So beginning first with the area that I want to chat with you about is the Hendon reports. You said in your evidence in chief that acting Chief Bell's unit at the time, which I believe you said was intelligence,
That's right.
they were the ones that would receive the Hendon reports, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's fair to say that it would have been now acting Chief Bell's responsibility to pass those reports on to the office of the chief and Chief Slowly. That's who would pass them on to him.
I think what he would be passing on is the products of what that unit worked on to share up. I don't think it was his job to pass it up to the chief, but the information would be assessed, analyzed, and then passed up the chain.
Now, we heard yesterday that Chief Slully had to get the Hendon reports from the OPP directly in January of 2022. And Superintendent Morris found that odd because the OPP had been providing those reports to OPS since Project Hendon started in early 2021. To your knowledge, were the Hendon reports not provided by now acting Chief Bell or his department to Chief Slully?
I don't know.
You
I
don't know.
couldn't comment on that. My understanding is that the chief was receiving them as part of an all chiefs. Sometimes that's how the initial, there's two separate levels. So he might have been receiving it in that. That's generally one of the ways that that information is disseminated across the province. But whether Chief Bell was getting them and when he got them, I don't know. I couldn't
Okay.
speak to that.
And so it's fair to say that we'll have to just ask Chief Bell or Acting Chief Bell that. It's fair to say then that these Hendon reports, they went to someone likely in Chief Bell's unit, but not necessarily Chief Bell.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then that individual, whomever received them or group, would then put together their own product and then provide it to either Chief Bell, and then Chief Bell may or may not provide it to Chief Slully. Fair?
Fair.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get that clarified because it's an important point. I want to talk to you a little bit about too the media reports and some of the misinformation that was spoken about yesterday by Superintendent Morris. The media, through reporting at times and statements of elected officials, reported that the residents of Ottawa were experiencing unprecedented violence. Do you remember reading that?
I don't remember reading that. No.
All right. Can you agree with me that there was not an increase in violent crime or events of violent crime in the city of Ottawa during the protests before the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
I don't think I can agree with you on that. I do believe we saw an increase in violence. I don't have the exact measures or the stats, but I do know that we did see some increase in violence and acts of violence as a result of the protest in town.
Right. And so I
I
understand
don't have the
that
facts though.
prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act, between January 27th and February 14th, there was a total of only 13 charges laid as against the protesters. Can you agree with me on that?
Can you repeat the dates, please? Sorry.
Between January 27th
Yeah.
and February 14th, the invocation.
So that charges were laid during that time. Charges may have been latent in terms of once the information was all gathered, then charges were laid after. And my understanding is there's somewhere upwards of 400 charges that were laid in relation to the convoy.
Right. And those charges, I understand, the great majority of them arose after February 14th with respect to the enforcement. It wasn't for things that happened during the time period prior to the invocation. Is that fair?
No, I think they were acts that took place during that
She
time.
can't
period
answer
when
the
convoy
question
was in
straight.
town, but that the information was
She,
only.
she's
majority-
dancing all around it.
The
She will not-
majority,
To lay charges.
the
Right.
majority.
So would Acting Chief Bell be able to provide us an accurate number for this commission with respect to that question?
I'm sure he could if he knows the question now.
Okay, so well, hopefully he's able to do that because I believe that's an important point.
13 charges.
Now, I take it that during the
I-
protests, of course, that the Ottawa Police Service, though they weren't at times enforcing bylaws or weren't enforcing provincial infractions, they were enforcing the criminal code in full force and effect, right?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think we were struggling to be able to do that.
You're struggling, but if a police officer saw an individual assaulting another, or there was a report of an individual to a police officer that they had been assaulted,
Mhm.
that was investigated.
Yes,
Those individuals, after that investigation, if it was appropriate, charges were laid against them.
yes, in many cases.
Now, did Chief Slully at any time advise you that he had been advised by RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucky on January 31st, 2022, to not have the city of Ottawa get an injunction because it's an official movement to another stage. This will involve the whole country, and anything official will spark a national response. Did he tell you about that?
I was part of a conversation with Commissioner Lucky and Commissioner Karik, I believe at the time. I don't remember those facts specifically, but I do remember Commissioner Lucky saying that it was a bit of a double-edged sword getting an injunction because then you would need to be enforcing it, and if you don't have the resources right now to enforce all the criminal codes and other offenses that were being broken here, then to get an injunction sort of sets the expectation for the community that you were then going to be able to actually come down and enforce it. And we didn't have the resources there. So there was conversation for sure about it, but I don't know what her specifics, what you're saying, whether that was attributed to her or not.
Right. So I just want to go through again, you had mentioned in your evidence in chief and under examination from my friend's counsel for Mr. Sully, that there were certain provisions with the Emergencies Act order, the order in council that assisted removing the protesters. I want to deal with each. So first is the threat or the freezing of bank accounts. All right. So I'd like you to turn your mind to that. How many individuals whose bank accounts were frozen, to your knowledge, immediately exited the downtown of Ottawa?
I don't know.
All right. Do you have any information that these individuals who had their bank accounts frozen couldn't leave because they couldn't pay to get out of Ottawa?
I had heard anecdotally through the media some of those stories, but I'm not aware of any specifics.
Okay. So with respect to that, can you agree with me that it was only about 58 or 59 individuals who had their bank accounts frozen?
I can't actually agree because I don't know those figures. I'm sorry.
Okay. And dealing with some of the other enforcement provisions, of course, you can agree that the Emergencies Act order did not order an increase in officers for you to remove the protesters.
No, what it did do was there were some legislative things that we were able to get our CMP members here without swearing them all in, which was a bit of an administrative hurdle for us. We were, struggling with that throughout the convoy. With the Emergencies Act, they were able to come and just be police officers here without that step.
Okay. And so that is one of the things that sped it up. But can you agree with me that if there was an order, once you got the resources in place, if there was an injunction in place that had the terms of removal inside of it, that these police officers could have done the same thing, couldn't they?
Yes, they could have. I think we had most officers across Canada here.
Right. So
Well, thank you for
I just
admitting you
want to
didn't
touch
need
on,
the
you've
act.
talked a little bit about misinformation.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
Exactly.
the
Dance around it all
evidence
you
from
want, but that
Superintendent
matters.
Morris yesterday was very interesting. He talked about misinformation in detail and misinformation in the media, and it was very enlightening. And of course, there's still some misinformation going around, and even we have misinformation. We don't know what's true and what's not. So I'm going to ask you some questions here. I don't know what the answer to this is going to be, but it may or may not be misinformation. Did you tell any of your friends and colleagues within OPS that at some time prior to you giving testimony here today, that you were approached by someone who wanted you to give certain evidence that was not true?
No.
Thank you. Now, I take it that you prepared in advance for giving your evidence in this proceeding, in the sense as a police officer would before they testify in a trial or any proceeding.
Yes, I did.
Right. And unlike regular court proceedings, this proceeding is unique, and there's no exclusion of witnesses' orders. And in fact, the proceeding plays out online and live on TV. I take it you're aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Did you have the opportunity and privilege to listen to the evidence of Superintendent Morris before testifying today?
His was the one I missed because I was intensely prepping for today.
Convenient.
All
She
right.
missed
Well,
Morris's
I'm not
testimony.
gonna ask
Convenient.
you, about his evidence then and ask you to confirm it if you haven't heard it. But Can you agree with me that Superintendent Morris is the most senior intelligence officer within the provincial government in the entire province of Ontario?
I don't actually know that. I believe that, but I don't know that that's 100%.
And you know he works hand in hand with the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, the Communications Security Establishment, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And if anyone in the province, within the provincial and even municipal apparatus, knows anything about threats to the security of Canada, it would be him, wouldn't it?
I don't know how to answer that. I mean, it's speculative, but,
I don't know how to answer that
he's a very
speculative.
learned, colleague in this regard, for sure.
Yes.
Senior
I
intelligence
suddenly
officer.
can't give my opinion. Oh, damn. Miller time. Miller time.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to now call on the City of Ottawa.
Whew. Holy jumping.
She appears extremely vindictive.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Anne Tardif. I'm one of the lawyers for the City of Ottawa. You were asked this morning, Acting Deputy Chief, why the Ottawa Police Service did not proactively lock down Wellington and the downtown core before the first trucks arrived. Do you recall being asked that question?
Yes.
In fact, I think you were asked it several times, in fairness to you. Are you familiar with the farmers' protest that I believe occurred in or around 2006?
Peripherally, yes.
Okay, and you're aware that certain large farm vehicles like tractors came up and protested on Wellington in front of Parliament Hill?
I am aware of that. Yep.
And my understanding is they came and they left without incident. Is that in accordance with your understanding as well?
Yes, it is.
And I expect that we will hear evidence that Chief Raymer, and am I pronouncing that right? I am,
think
thank
so.
you. Chief Raymer of the Toronto Police Service, that he's indicated that using Ottawa, they locked down the city of Toronto, and that had Ottawa not happened, Toronto Police Service tactics would not have been accepted. And this was in relation to TPS's decision to lock down the area around Queen's Park after the convoy had arrived in Ottawa. Are you aware that Chief Raymer has said that?
I am, yes.
And in fairness to you, and the service, I should say, since the events of the Freedom Convoy, my understanding is that the police, working collaboratively with the City of Ottawa, have in fact locked down the area of Wellington, exercised their authorities to close streets to prevent the event
She
from
knows.
occurring. Is that correct?
That is
She knows.
And I'm thinking, for example, of Rolling Thunder.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And I think there was also a veterans event around Canada Day. You're familiar with those?
I am, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, I take it you're also aware that during the Freedom Convoy, community members in Ottawa were being harassed by protesters in areas such as Kent Street, for example.
Yes, those are reports we received.
And so now she's a
And
lot
for
more
those who
fluid
aren't
on her
quite familiar
recollections of
with the
things.
geography of
She's a
Ottawa,
lot more
fair to
specific on
say
her
that
information.
10th Street is on the periphery of what later became known as the red zone.
She's now suddenly very fluid in
And
her
I also
recollections
understand
of
that
all
while
the
the
details.
city and OPS were generally successful in maintaining emergency lanes open and clear, there were some issues in that respect. Is that fair?
No,
There were, I
no.
think.
Kim
probably-
We
Ayotte
heard
testified.
struggled
Kim
with that.
Ayotte,
Yes.
the director of Emergency
My
Protective
understanding
Services
is
for the
that
city,
Kent
said
Street never
otherwise.
had an emergency lane open.
No,
Kim
it did not.
Ayotte testified
And that
otherwise.
Wellington
Kim Ayotte
Street,
said that was
the
called.
intended emergency lane. was in
All
fact
areas were
lost during
accessible
that
by
house fire.
parallel and perpendicular accesses.
Obviously, that
And that was
represents
pre-planned,
a public
pre-planned.
Kim
nuisance, so you'd agree
Ayotte
with that
testified it in
absolutely.
contrary to the
Yes.
statements right now.
So I just want to get the overall timeline.
Kim
Perhaps you
Ayotte,
can help me here.
director,
I think I've
manager of
got it
Emergency
now.
Protective Services for
The-
Ottawa,
Let's
testified
start
quite
with the first
contrarily.
weekend. So the first truck.
So we're gonna
rolled in
dig out.
on
We're gonna
January
dig out some of
28th,
Kim
which was a
Ayotte's quotes for
Friday.
the banner right now.
And that first weekend, January 28th to Sunday, January 30th, OPS's plan, the police services plan, focused primarily on traffic management. Is that fair?
I think that's fair, yeah.
And you've described how on Monday, January 31st, when a number of the trucks did not in fact leave, the service pivoted and considered it now, the event that is, to be a critical incident,
Yes, and an occupation.
an occupation. In other words, not merely a
She's
traffic
very
event.
specific in her words now.
And you
Yeah,
described this
you're
morning how
biased.
by
You wear it on your
February
sleeve.
4th, that's the Friday
Man.
of that first week, OPS
Okay,
still did
Trish.
not have a new or evolved plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I think I heard you say this morning that during that first week, there were times, in fact, when the service was floundering. That's the word you used. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
And by February 6th, that's the date that former Chief Slowly, asked for 1,800 additional resources or officers. Is that correct?
I know he made the ask. I'm not sure of the date. So if you're saying the 6th, then
Does that sound about right?
it does, yes.
I think that's the evidence the commission has heard to date.
Okay.
And I think I heard you say earlier that in fact, you believe more resources than that were effectively needed to end this convoy occupation. Is that correct?
I believe in the end it was somewhere near 2,200.
That same day, February 6th, the events that you described at Coventry took place.
Yes,
POU, that's the Public Order Unit, they conducted some enforcement there
yes,
that resulted in arrests.
yes,
And they did so without, as I understand it, advising the police liaison team.
that's right. Yeah.
Came as a surprise to police liaison team members.
Yes,
And that team, I think you said, felt betrayed.
yes,
And the result, of course, was a breakdown in the trust between the police liaison team and the protesters, to a certain extent at
yes.
least.
I
Yeah.
think there was that impact.
You do think there was
I
that
do
impact?
think that was, yeah.
And again, for those of us who are still learning about police operations and don't have the experience you do, as I understand it, the police liaison team is the group that is primarily responsible for communicating and negotiating with protesters.
Yes, they are.
So the breakdown in trust would be a significant event.
I would categorize it as that, yes.
Thank you. And moving ahead to February 8th, we're now 11 days into the convoy.
Yes,
We still don't have the almost 1,800 resources that former Chief Slowly has requested
no,
and that turned out to be necessary. You'll agree with that.
yes,
We still don't have, if I've understood you correctly, a final operational plan,
no.
at least not one that's been approved.
We're working on it.
Or which?
We're working on it.
You're working on it. Fair enough. And I think you'd agree with me that by this time, the force is probably exhausted,
Yes,
mentally and physically.
yes,
And you'll agree with me that Ottawa residents, particularly those living on the periphery of the Rensode, those facing harassment, noise pollution, so on and so forth, they're also frustrated
yes,
and they're also exhausted.
yes.
And it's not an understatement in the least to say that things were dire by that point.
I don't think that's an understatement.
You're aware that on February 8th, the Ottawa Police Service reached out to the city manager, whom everyone in this town calls Steve Kay,
Yes,
to ask him to meet with protesters.
yes,
And your service felt, it would be a win for PLT to gain trust with the truckers.
I think we were looking for a win in terms of movement of the trucks. I don't know if we were positioning it as a win for PLT per se.
Oh, sorry. I guess what I meant was it's a win in terms of reestablishing trust with the truckers, between authorities and the truckers, so that you can get to a negotiated solution.
That's fair.
I think you said earlier that that was the goal. You, in fact, had wanted to see that in the mission statement, that a peaceful negotiation was the best outcome overall.
Yes,
Steve Kay agreed to work with police and PLT and to meet with the protest leaders. And then I understood that you were off on February 11th and 12th. Did I get that?
that's right.
So I won't ask you about the events of those days, and we'll jump ahead to February 13th. I understand that Steve Kay briefed police about the negotiations on February 13th. Is that right?
Yes, he did.
And he told you that we needed the police at the table to confirm where the protesters should park, what locations.
Yeah, for logistics.
Sorry, which?
For the
For logistics,
of
yeah,
it, yeah.
that's probably a better word.
Yeah.
And so he wanted the police, because the police is who's going to need to execute this on the ground. Fair?
Yes, fair.
And he wanted a senior OPS member involved at that stage.
Yes,
And as I understand it, former Chief Slowly assigned Superintendent Drummond to that task.
That's correct.
And that meeting occurred on the evening of February 13th
I believe so.
with Superintendent Drummond at the table.
Yes.
I know we'll be hearing from him next week, so I'll pick it up with him there. Thank you very much, Acting
Thank you.
Deputy.
Thank you. If I could now call on the Ottawa Coalition.
Oh, here we go.
I love the way her memory comes back and
Yeah,
disappears.
very
Oh, the
selective.
fog has lifted suddenly. I can speak exactly to that.
I can speak exactly.
I
in
can
specific
remember.
numbers on
Occupation,
specific days.
occupation.
My name's Paul Champ. I'm the lawyer for the Ottawa Coalition for Residents and Businesses, and want to thank you very much for coming today to answer some of our questions. Want to start, Deputy Chief Ferguson, asking you about the decision to allow the heavy trucks to come downtown right at the outset. Now, we've heard previous evidence from the city manager, Mr. Kanalakos, and the mayor and Chair Deans that the police were telling them that it was the opinion of the Ottawa Police Service that you could not prevent the heavy trucks from going downtown because of the charter rights of those truckers. Was that your understanding of what the Ottawa Police were telling the City of Ottawa officials?
Yes.
And was that a legal opinion that the Ottawa Police obtained?
I don't remember if we obtained a legal opinion on that. I believe this was based on decades of past, experience in managing events, and that we have allowed it in the past, and we're going to again in this case.
Notwithstanding the dramatically larger scale and the larger number of heavy trucks.
Yeah, I think we have had trucks and, as previously alluded to, tractors in that area of the downtown. It's obviously the sought after spot where people come to protest.
And this idea of vehicle protests or vehicles associated with protests, you've told us the Ottawa Police Service has had some experience with that before. Has the Ottawa Police is sought input or guidance or expertise from other police services about how they manage large vehicle protests?
Not to my knowledge. Now that's possible. I know there is a whole network of officers who go to conferences on public order things, and I've been to one of those. So there may be a network, and that might have happened already.
There might be police services reaching out to OPS now after this event,
yes,
I'm sure. Yeah. Deputy Chief, on January 26th, we know that you gave an interview to Global News. Is that right? Do you recall that?
That's possible, yes.
And you made a comment to the media at that time, or Global News, that you expected the convoy protests could go on for a prolonged period. Do you recall making a comment like that?
I do.
And by that, I understand you're later suggesting that by prolonged period, you just meant like the long weekend.
Yes.
But isn't it true, Deputy Chief, that by that time, there were, in fact, all kinds of, I would suggest, glaring indicators that these protesters were coming here for a very prolonged period. Isn't that fair?
So there were indicators. Was I aware of them at that time on the 26th when I made that statement? I don't believe I was, but prolonged in my experience, being, police officer in the capital for 27 years, prolonged was a weekend for a protest.
But this one was different, Deputy Chief. You had a very, very large number of trucks that were coming from a long distance, right? From Western Canada, correct?
Yes, and we'd had a similar one, I believe in 2019.
Yeah, some of the same folks involved,
Yes,
I think.
yes.
We might hear about that later in these hearings, but nowhere near the numbers, correct?
Well, the numbers were something that was fluctuating as they traveled across the country, and even right up until the.
So
the
now
3
she's
days
got a very
prior to
specific
them
memory
arriving
about
in
everything
Ottawa.
that happened. But
My
when
understanding is
it
that
was
the
Brendan
reports had
Miller,
two
she
different
couldn't recall
numbers.
anything.
Somewhere in the high 400s, then 5.5.
Yeah,
and
she
then,
conveniently missed
ultimately
that day of
1,300, I think,
testimony.
was the last number that we had prior to them arriving here.
This one was also different, I would suggest, Deputy Chief, because it was known and very publicly known that they had in fact raised an enormous amount of money to support this journey, and perhaps more given the amount of money raised. That made it different, did it not?
It did, without knowing what that money was going to be used for, whether it was going to support truckers who could no longer work because they couldn't cross the border, or whether we could speculate as to what that was for. We didn't automatically attribute it to being to support the people who arrived in Ottawa.
Well, you knew from the GoFundMe page, it said for raising money for fuel and lodging and food for the protesters in Ottawa. You were aware
Sorry,
of that?
I didn't know that, no.
Okay, that might have been the intelligence folks, might not have shared that.
She sure does.
You probably should have known that.
Also that the
Deputy
protesters.
She
Chief.
knows what she wants to know, and she doesn't know what she doesn't need to know.
Well, if you're the
Anything
deputy
Uh,
chief
no,
and you
not
don't
at the
know that,
beginning,
that's a
but
major
then-
problem.
No, to
Active,
be fair, I
acting
think there
deputy
were
chief
comments
has a
saying
very
that they were
selective
planning on
memory.
leaving after the weekend, and then
Cle-
other ones
yes.
said
Today's
fourth, I
testimony
think,
would
was given
back
as
up
a
your
date.
statement there,
It's
John.
not a
And then there was also
professional
information that
approach
there
to
was no
testimony,
exit
not like the
strategy for
OPP
some of them
provided
who were planning to stay.
at all.
But you would agree with me, Deputy Chief, there were some indicators that they were prepared to come here for a number of weeks, perhaps.
I would agree, yeah.
And at the time of the first weekend, at least at that time, unfortunately, the Ottawa Police Service did not have a contingency plan about how to manage that for several weeks if we had a few hundred trucks parked in downtown Ottawa.
Yeah, we did not.
We were crossing our fingers and hoping for the best at that point. And I don't mean, I know there's a lot of armchair quarterbacks at this stage, Deputy Chief, but it was a bit of a traumatic event for a lot of folks downtown. Now, at one point, the Chief Slowly said this is no longer a protest, it's an occupation. And you've told us today that the protesters had begun to entrench themselves. And you mentioned they had set up tents, but they also were started creating wooden structures, correct?
Yes,
A number of them at different locations.
And
Yes.
those structures were
There were
resolved.
kitchens that were set up,
yes.
outdoor kitchens. We know they had different fires at different locations to keep them warm, multiple locations.
I heard that, yes.
Kind of required at
They
negative
had
30
supply
degrees.
chains of fuel and food from the staging area at Coventry to bring food.
Much better
and
logistics
fuel
than
regularly downtown.
the
correct?
police, it seems.
That's my understanding.
Apparently.
Well, the Ottawa Police was monitoring, I gather, those supply chains.
Yes,
And you're also aware that the convoy protesters had very strong logistics and experienced people managing those logistics. You're aware that they had retired military and police managing those logistics.
yes.
So over
So
time,
now she has a whole bunch of
became
specific information,
clear the Ottawa
chat.
Police Service
Some
was a
suddenly
serious
she knows
problem that
everything
they
in
could well be
specific
here for a very
detail,
long
but she
time.
doesn't know who
Yes.
Patrick Morris is, the director of provincial
And
intelligence for
on
the Ontario
the
Provincial
impact of
Police.
downtown,
And she doesn't know like
there
that he would be the
was,
most
is it fair
senior
to say, Deputy Chief,
intelligence
a fair amount of
officer in the
lawlessness
province for
in
provincial
downtown
police.
Ottawa at that time?
Yes.
Aside from
No-
just the
nor
public
She knows
parking
everything
on
else.
the
She knows
island,
everything else though.
open
Nor
fires
does she
everywhere,
know what
almost every
the
intersection
GoFundMe
and so
money
forth,
was supposed to be used for.
Yes,
fireworks were shooting off, binging off buildings and so forth.
I've heard that, yes.
Large numbers
Okay.
of propane tanks and jerry cans were around downtown.
Yes.
People were
Who
ignoring
can?
public health
Apparently
regulations on
Jerry
masks.
Jerry Cranberry juice.
And we heard some questions around other more serious crimes there about assaults.
but she doesn't know very much about that.
During the course of the protest.
There were.
Now, those would
many?
have been, I gather, Deputy Chief, difficult.
What were the
crimes
dates?
to investigate because they weren't in situations where the victim and the perpetrator don't know each other and it's at a random place in a street. I gather that's very challenging for police to investigate.
Yeah, sometimes to identify the subject or the accused and the subject in the event. Yeah.
Right. And in many cases, isn't it fair to say, Deputy Chief, that for Ottawa citizens or residents who were calling in saying they were assaulted and making those reports, the police unfortunately couldn't do much
keep this
more
one
than
up.
just
Keep the
take down
banners
the
up.
information.
Go through the
correct?
banners.
That's fair.
And that's really what happened with the vast majority
Sorry,
of those
producer.
cases.
I don't know if it's the vast
I just
majority,
work
but
here.
I would suspect there's a large number
Sometimes.
that is in fact the case.
And there was also a large number of people reporting threats, being threatened by the
Basie.
protesters, correct?
Yes.
And in many cases,
How do
when there
we-
was an actual
how do we go
assault, the
through
police
this?
weren't
Can we
even
do a slideshow? I don't wanna do it
necessarily
manually.
taking, police reports on those because there were so many. Is that right?
There were so many.
I
Not
don't know
right.
that we weren't taking them. Not everybody was calling us, and we were by the second weekend. We were imploring people, and in the press conference that was done, to please call us. We would like to know about this. I know we had an influx of calls around the
She was
protest time, but not all
imploring
of them
people
were
to call her
reporting. Some of
and
them
report
were
assaults.
threatening
Is
our
that what I just
staff.
heard?
Some of them were, espousing their views
Oh,
on the
very nice,
convoy, positive or negative. So our lines were pretty jammed, and it might have been difficult for some people to actually make those reports.
Their lines were
the
so
protests
jammed,
kind of
people couldn't
affecting
make
Ottawa on many
reports.
levels.
Most reports
are
taken online
Public
also.
officials were receiving serious threats as well, correct?
Correct.
And those are things that Ottawa Police
The
Resources
OPP
had
has
to deal
already
with
identified that.
Yes, as much as we could.
as much as we could. We also, obviously, we had the deluge of fake 911 calls and bomb threats to our hospitals. Those things happened,
Yes,
making it difficult
was no
on Ottawa's
proof.
police resources.
yes.
Include
And,
this.
Deputy Chief,
What-
as well.
What do fake 911 calls mean?
The police
What does that
officers,
mean?
you've already told us
It could have
how
been them.
exhausted
It could have
they
been
were,
someone who's
Could
against
be
the
anybody.
protest. It
Some
could.
of them were
What is
also
the
reporting they
evidence
were having
for who these
concerns
parties
with,
are and what
the
their
sound,
motivations were?
and the
Do
diesel
you have any
fumes,
evidence
correct?
at all?
Yes, we
None at all.
actually
You don't.
engaged our
And the
police
things we do have
association
evidence of
and
dismantle
got
your arguments
some,
completely.
tools that were measuring the noise that our officers were being exposed to, along with air quality.
Very,
things. So some of the
very
officers were
specific.
wearing them on their
She's
uniforms
very
so that we could
specific on her
assess
memory
just
now.
what sort of
I wonder if
impact
she
was
has
having
an
on
app
their
or two apps
There's
that
many of
measure
them complaining
decibels
about
somehow,
how
but I
loud
can't
the
show you their
was.
results.
Yes, yes.
Now, just the final area, Deputy Chief, about the Ottawa Police and what was happening with the Ottawa Police at that time. Now,
One of the other
this
conglomerate
significant
lawyers need to
event
come at
occurred at a
this.
very difficult time for the Ottawa Police Service as an organization. Is that fair to say?
Very fair.
Yeah, and you've indicated that there was a lot of retirements and resignations at the senior levels at that time.
And a lot of people
Yes.
being fired for not
We had a
for
deputy
personal
chief who
medical
had been
decisions.
suspended for a prolonged
Yeah.
period of time.
Not towing the
Yes.
party line.
The
That's really
deputy
hard on
chief
our staff
position
line
that
when we
you
have
were
to let hundreds
occupying,
of
that
people
was-
go
that was
or
Deputy Chief
dozens of people
Jaswell's
go because they
spot.
don't agree
Yes,
with
it
us.
was.
And,
Infighting over hiring of
previous 2.5 years,
scapegoats.
there were rotating
Sorry, that's an
people through that
insurrection,
spot, a
sir.
number of
That's not
different officers,
infighting. That's an
inspectors,
insurrection.
McKenna, Ford,
Yeah,
For the
it's-
hiring
yes,
of patsies.
I think Rayom, Dunlop, Drummond, all of you occupied that position for some period of time.
Occupied. Love that. Loves that word.
McKenna, Ford rotated back and forth over several months at a time for a period of, I think, probably about 18 months. And then, yes, Superintendent Dunlop was there. I think he was those were the only three.
And other senior officers had resigned or retired at that time. So
Or
you'd
have
lost
been removed.
some of the normal robustness that this Ottawa
Corporate
Police Service.
knowledge and subject matter experts, yes.
And there was also the issue, was it not, Deputy Chief, that there were there was a lot of people within the Ottawa Police Service who disliked the chief and were not very happy with the chief's leadership. Is that fair to say?
There was definitely some dissension, and I don't know what all the reasons for leaving were, but it was a time where I would say we were pretty divided, exhausted, and I don't know, there was, as I said, a number of people who left, but they were able to, because they had their years in, and it was a good time with pandemic restrictions lifting. I think a lot of them went on to do, whether it was travel or do other things, so.
Right. Well, we know in the midst of this, Deputy Chief, though, of this convoy, not only did Chief Soley end up resigning, but prior to that, there was a CBC story that was coming out critical of his leadership that apparently came from those within the Ottawa Police Service. You recall that?
I do. I think it was convoy related, though. Like it was from incidents that occurred during the convoy and prior.
But do you think that those who leaked that information, they were trying to undermine Chief Soley or wanted to see him fail?
I don't know what their motives were, but I think it had that impact.
Okay. And just the last thing here, Deputy Chief. Now you've testified, you've given us evidence that you yourself had some concerns with the decision-making and actions of Chief Soley at times.
Yes, I did.
And your concerns about that grew over time as the convoy progressed?
Yes, I think that's fair.
And you were aware that and we're going to hear evidence of this, that the OPP and others from the other police services also had some concerns in that regard?
Yes.
And now, did you discuss these concerns with Deputy Chief Bell at any time, like as the two, executive command under the chief? Did the two of you discuss these concerns that were being raised and your own observations about Chief Slowly?
I just want to remind that her testimony
remember,
is in
Deputy
contrary
Chief
to
Bell
what
saying,
Kim
"Make sure
Ayotte
that you
and
know,
what
keep
Patrick
the chief
Morris have
informed. That's
testified
gonna
under
be,
sworn oath here.
the best
She's
way to make
contradicting
sure
them.
that he
She's
is,
contradicting the
you know,
manager of Emergency Protective
satisfied
Services
with
for the
what
city
is
of
going
Ottawa
on, so make sure
in the
that
testimony that she
communication,
gave, especially the
goes to him
commentary
as
around
often as
Kent Street.
possible. And that was
So let me
more
go
of
back
a
to
sort
that
of,
again. This is
you
Kim
step into
Ayotte,
the
loosely
deputy
quoting,
role,
we are
here's
comfortable.
what's
We were
expected.
comfortable from an
I
emergency
don't
service
know that we
perspective that we
had
could
much
access any place we
conversation
needed to
about,
access. Kim Ayotte who is
chief per
the
se. I mean, we
manager
were
for
both
Emergency
up
Protective
to our
Services in
necks
Ottawa,
in
testified
operations and
this
things,
just
so,
2 days ago.
So it never got to the level.
He also had
of
this to
concern
say:
that
routes
the
to
two of
every
you were
building was
expressing
pre-planned to
concerns
fire
each other
for
about
fire
your
and paramedic
confidence in
response.
the
That
the
access was
chief's,
maintained throughout the
decision-making
process.
abilities at that time?
Oh,
No, I
the
don't
most
think so.
bombshell one was
And if you had, what would you have done? Was that something that you and Deputy Chief Bell could have perhaps raised with the Police Services Board, perhaps?
Yeah, I guess if that's where we were, if we'd had that conversation, them or OCPC, I think would be,
Ontario Civilian Police Commission?
yes, yeah.
And just finally, on the integrated command, once the integrated command occurred, that's when the resources really began to flow, correct?
Yes.
So it seemed that there were some concerns by other police services that they didn't want to provide significant resources when it was under exclusively the command of the Ottawa Police Service.
I'm not sure what their reluctance was, but when we did start to work, collaboratively with the other services, the flow of information and the requests were much quicker.
And so,
So again,
Deputy
we're
Chief, is it
having,
fair to say that had there been a shift to the
contradicting testimony here. So I'm just going to put those banners up on the screen to clarify the miscommunications that have been entered into sworn testimony here today.
Great
Thank
work,
you.
John.
Next is the Government of Canada.
Kim Ayotte testified that the pre-planned emergency lanes were kept open during the Freedom Convoy. That's testimony that Kim Ayotte, Director for Emergency Protective Services for the City of Ottawa, gave to this commission under sworn testimony. And again, for those calling it an occupation, a protest is a protest is a protest. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms, nor the Canadian Bill of Rights defines a time limit for a protest.
My name is Caroline Laverdière.
Thank you
I'm
very
one of
much.
the counsel for the Government of Canada.
Of course.
Council for Government of Canada.
This is like the fourth, beside, we got Hair Guy, we got Final Boss yesterday for the OPP. That didn't go well. We've seen a few from their team.
OPS would not have been able to manage or resolve effectively the convoy occupation in Ottawa without
a
the
protest.
invocation of the Emergencies Act, correct?
So I think at the time of my statement, I was under the impression that things like tow trucks, that was the only way we were going to be able to get them. I may be corrected by Superintendent Bernier. I think they did have some lined up and they were on their way just prior to us beginning our actions. But I think
I needed tow trucks. Invoke the act. Invoke the act. We need tow trucks.
Invoke Canadian martial law. We need tow trucks. They're not agreeing with us.
To, get past
freedom and rights.
Whether it was
freedom and
seizing
rights.
of assets.
It allowed us. Yeah, there you go. It allowed us to get past obstructions to violating people's freedoms and rights.
Yes,
just
exactly.
said it in plain language.
Specifically was
the
piece that I remember being.
They're saying the quiet part out loud again.
The red zone. We were moving in there regardless, but the Emergencies Act was helpful.
We were moving in there regardless, but the Emergencies Act was helpful.
Develop with you, and it builds on what you previously said about PLT and its role.
Moving in regardless.
Protests.
As in whether or not the act is invoked or not, we're moving in.
There was a lot of talk or actually things written in the final plan that was approved on February 13th about PLT negotiation, but also there was a focus on the objective of shrinking the footprint of the protests and occupation.
Yes.
That assessment is correct.
Not an occupation.
And my understanding is that shrinking the footprint
is a protest.
It involves having
the Government of Canada realized what she just said. That lawyer knows exactly what was just said.
For example, POUs are brought at the forefront to forcibly remove.
The Government of Canada lawyer making the other side's case for them.
Our PLT team was engaged in.
Oh, the government lawyer's voice is shaky because she realizes the magnitude of what that deputy chief just testified under sworn testimony here.
You will be arrested if you stay. You
got
are being, provided the opportunity to leave. And I think we did that over a series of, 12-hour periods,
increments.
and then eventually moved in. And it was somewhat successful in shrinking the footprint.
Okay, and to just let's stay on that notice to protesters for a little bit there. In that notice, OPS did provide
Warning,
information
we're going
about
to violate
if you
your
were
rights.
staying, your vehicles and property may be seized or towed,
Wh-
correct?
Or destroyed.
Possible, yes.
And
You may be beaten senseless.
building on what you just said, but also referring to your witness summary, it seems like you were convinced at the time that communicating that information to protesters would have the effect of deterrence or convincing them to leave voluntarily.
Justin Trudeau,
because you thought
please
that
don't fire
people
me.
would not want to have their
Perhaps if we
vehicles or
threaten the
property
people with these letters,
seized.
they'll
And
leave.
if I don't think I have the quote and I don't have the time to do it, but you said it was their lifeline or very important in their life, and so it would move them if
She's
they
so
knew
panicked.
that,
She realizes what
there
she
was a
just
very
said.
real
The panic
aspect
is
of
visible in the
actually
voice.
being able to
Her
tow
voice
the
is
vehicles
shaking
and
and
seize
she's
the
sweating
property, right?
profusely.
Yes, for many of them, it was their
Her
livelihood.
face,
their truck.
so
And
yeah, she's nervous. She's
also for
nervous.
deterrent purposes, these
She's
notices
nervous.
contained information about the prohibition to travel
You
to
hear
or
the flutter in her
within
voice?
the restricted
Yeah,
zones.
because
which was
she realizes what
designated
Deputy
as
Chief says, but
unlawful
Deputy Chief doesn't realize it.
Demonstrations,
That
right?
they were moving
That's
in
right,
without the Emergencies Act. Let's put that up in a
There
banner.
was also something about anyone traveling to Ottawa for the purposes
Deploy the
of
banner.
taking
Deploy
part
the
in
banner.
the Ottawa
Deploying the
convoy
banner.
occupation would actually be breaking the law, right?
Yes.
The notices to protesters also included language clearly telling protesters that if they stayed, their personal or business accounts may also be subject to restrictions, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, we gave you a notice, so when we trampled you, it was
The
okay.
question about bringing a minder.
Yes, exactly. Warning, we're going to violate your rights tomorrow. It's your own fault now.
And some of these notice to protesters
so
actually
nervous.
stated that
She is
if
so
you brought a
nervous.
minor to this unlawful protest, you
I
could
can't.
be
She can't even
fined
speak
up to
clearly anymore. She's
$5,000
completely lost her
and potentially
coherences.
spend 5 years in prison, right?
She lost her
That
coherences.
might be true. I don't remember the
And that
exact
one
details,
escaped you.
but yeah.
And just circling back to what you said in the very beginning.
That's
of
the takeaway quote right
examination,
there.
But you agree with that, you would agree that as of February 17th, the
government
size
lawyer's
or the
case has just
footprint
fall
of the
apart.
protest in Ottawa had significantly been reduced?
Shrunk. Yes, I would.
Yeah, Dacey's in the woods, so he's a little bit laggy.
No further questions.
Yeah, let's not ask any more questions that totally destroy the government's narrative.
Next, the JCCF.
No, I'm down here.
Fund.
Oh, the JCCF gets to go. Oh my God, there's a lot of clarifying to ask.
I wish I had my popcorn again today.
Yeah.
At the outset here, I'd like to ask for leave to read a sentence from the witness's interview summary. I won't do that right away, but I figured I'd ask now so as not to disrupt whatever flow I can muster.
No, I think that would be fine. It's been entered in evidence, so.
That's good use of the
if she
self-deprecating
needs it,
humor.
it can be brought up.
Sure. Good afternoon, Acting Deputy Chief. I'm Rob Kittredge, counsel for the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms.
Good afternoon.
As I understand your testimony earlier, there were only two ways in which the invocation of the Emergencies Act was of use to police in ending the freedom movement protests. One, it bypassed the requirement to swear in officers from other jurisdiction, which saved a bit of time. And two, it helped to procure the services of heavy rig tow truck operators. Is that fair characterization of your testimony?
Of my testimony, yes. I do
My
believe,
testimony,
though,
yeah.
the
She's
seizing of
realizing-
assets was also helpful.
She's like, crap.
Seizing of
Can you
assets,
expand on that?
seizing
Crap.
of
So
assets
the
was
threat of
helpful.
seizing assets of
Oh, right.
bank accounts.
Yeah,
and-
well, yeah,
Outside
it
of the
would be.
courts,
Okay.
it would be. Millions.
Of course. If
This is a train wreck.
Useful.
Shut.
Um,
Signed, sealed, and
How much
delivered.
time did not
Holy
displaced
crap.
The goose is
from other
cooked, Chad.
jurisdictions
The
actually
goose
save?
is cooked. We're gone to the goose and the
Could you give,
gander here.
Would it be on the order of hours or days?
And I don't know. how many of them we had already
Unjustified.
done at that point in
Boom.
time, but
Sunk.
a number of hours.
Signed, sealed, and
administrative,
delivered. You're fine.
probably, people being involved in that and filing paperwork. And
Right. So it sidesteps some
Yeah, we're
paperwork
allowed.
and
We are
headaches
pretty
in a
allowed.
few hours.
That's beautiful.
All
We'd
right.
love to be like that.
I'm interested in what steps were taken by police to obtain towing services prior to the invocation of the
I'm so
Emergencies
proud to be
Act. Can
loud.
you describe the efforts made by the city and police to procure towing services before that date?
I don't have all the details of that.
Oof.
I think probably Inspector Lucas would be able to assist in that, potentially
This
Superintendent
is so
Bernier.
fantastic.
The information that I had at the early stages, we didn't think the tow trucks were going to be an issue until we looked to try and procure some. And we have contracts.
This is
obviously, with some
fantastic.
Companies in town.
So
And
fantastic.
when push came to shove, they refused to engage. And so.
No, Lori, I'm not going to
I don't know
stop
what
talking
stage
because
we
I'm not
were
going to let the
in
government
the
speak
convoy, if this was after the
lies
weekend or
unobstructed. If you
leading
want
up
to go
the
listen to
weekend.
government lies, go
And
watch
so
the
when we
CBC,
looked
go
at
watch
what our
CPAC. Not
options
the
were
place
for
for you, I
heavy
guess. Have a great
tow,
day. That's
I did
freedom.
recall a number of conversations.
This
about
is a
that.
commentary
We
stream.
believe
This
those
is a
sea transport might
commentary
have had
stream.
A couple of heavy tow trucks that we could potentially use, but I think that was it.
Right. Despite the fact that your answers may be that you weren't aware of the details, I'm going to walk you through a series of carefully crafted questions here that I don't want to throw away. How many towing service providers did the police contact?
I don't know.
We've heard that some towing services were concerned about driver safety. Did you offer to ensure that police would accompany towing operators to ensure their safety?
I don't know what offers were made.
All right. We've heard that some towing services were concerned about damage to their vehicles. Did you offer to compensate them for damage to their vehicles?
I don't know what offers
All
were made.
right. Isn't it true that pursuant to it occurs to me that I'm probably torturing the sign language interpreters. So I'll slow down. Isn't it true that pursuant to the Highway Traffic Act, police officers do not require a license to operate any motor vehicle in the performance of their duties?
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure.
I'll put it to you that it is true.
Okay.
That's interesting.
In
Well,
other
it
words,
is.
if you're not going to be able to answer this,
You
but I'll
catch
put
that,
it to you
John?
that if police
Well,
officers
if
were
if you
able,
could try and focus on questions she can answer. I mean, I
Oh,
appreciate
Commissioner,
you
you-
prepared them, but
sure.
you know,
Your
I'm
commissioner
not
gets
sure
involved,
it's-
of course.
it's helpful
Commissioner
for the
doesn't
commission.
involve in any
Oh,
of it.
no. He's being too hard on the
interrupts.
deputy
So
chief.
I
The
guess
deputy
I'll
chief.
skip
For first
right to
time
the
in the
end
day.
here and say, you stated earlier that you did have tow trucks lined up and that they were on their way to Ottawa prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And your interview summary says that OPS knew that if it arrived with tow trucks, many protesters would leave because the trucks were their home and livelihood. Do you stand by that statement?
I do.
All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
You just sunk yourself,
Thank
Deputy
you.
Chief.
Next
Your
is
son.
the Ottawa Police Service.
I believe you are right, Patriot. Smoothie. Boom.
Can
Fire,
we
fire,
clip
fire.
that?
Fire,
Can you
fire,
clip
fire.
that? Can you clip that? Yeah, and like the
I can't right
contradicting,
now. Dude, I'm on by the water
Good
here.
afternoon, Deputy Chief Ferguson.
contradicting Kim Ayotte.
You obviously are familiar with
joke.
me, but for the record,
They're
my name
still
is
using
Jessica
3
Darrow,
devices
and
too
I
out here
represent the
somehow.
I feel
Police
bad for her in
Service.
a way. I mean, obviously she doesn't agree with the protest, but man, this is a
I only
train
have a
wreck.
few things that I would like to cover with you this afternoon.
Yes, she seems to be out
I
of her
want to
depth.
start by talking about some of the comments that were made by you in response to questions with respect to those protesters that came, the ones that stayed, and the ones that left. Is it your understanding that OPS has filed an institutional report in relation to this commission?
Yes,
Are you familiar with it?
I am.
Are you prepared to adopt the content of that report?
Yes, I am.
I would like to pull it up. The number is ops.ir. I believe it's 701.
Let me just get rid of the word just in there.
And if we could turn specifically to page 13. What do you understand this chart to represent?
So that looks like the number of vehicles that rolled into town and the dates, and the people and where they, sorry, I think it's just the vehicles, and the areas that they were at, whether they were at Parliament, whether they were on Wellington, and Elgin Rideau.
I think if you read paragraph 44 as well, it may assist in understanding what specifically is set out in that chart.
So I think the individual protesters are the ones that are under Parliament. And then Vehicles, yeah. So the vehicles are listed in the thousands and the people are estimated at 5,000 to 6,000 on January 29th.
So we've heard a lot about the vehicles in particular, and the fact that they had not left. What do we
So-
see as between January 31st and February 1st in terms of the number of vehicles that are listed?
It starts to dwindle from thousands to over high 600s and down to as low as 481, and then builds back up.
Would you say that this chart aligns with your experience at the time in terms of the ebbs and flows of the trucks?
I would, yeah.
Could we now please turn to page 33?
Oh, it was way more.
And I'm bringing this to your attention in response to some questions that we heard earlier. What do you understand this chart to be?
So this is our the total charges that were laid and the types of offenses that were charged during the convoy, or that occurred during the convoy.
And if we scroll to the bottom of that chart, does this demonstrate how many charges in total arose out of the events of the convoy? If we could go, I guess it's still on the next page, actually.
Yes.
As well, does it demonstrate how many charges were laid per day?
It does.
And if, I'm sorry, if we could go back to the top of the chart. Does it demonstrate how many charges were laid in relation to violent offenses?
Yes, it does. So the assaults, the assaults of carrying weapons, it's a variety of different offenses, obviously, in the list here.
And can you see whether charges were laid during the period of the beginning of the convoy through to when they ultimately left?
Yes, I could see that, for example, the weekend of the 17th, 18th, 19th, which I believe was when we were doing most of the clearing of the streets, 11 Peace Republic officers were assaulted during that time.
Great, thank you.
No, 3 + 3 + 4 is 10.
I want to turn to another issue
One is the
that has been
21st. That's not the
discussed
same
with
weekend.
both Commission Council as well as Council
think
for
that's a
former
Monday.
Chief
And-
Foley.
and was
that is
did
the
she say that
request
was
made
during the
by
police
Chief
action?
Foley for a POU plan?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
So that
evidence?
was
Yeah, it was
how
a
many?
Monday. So the February
And do
the
you recall
21st was a
evidence in
Monday.
relation to a meeting
17th
that
was a
occurred
Thursday,
on February
18th Friday,
1st with respect
19th
to that
Saturday,
plan?
20th Sunday.
Yes,
That's right over the
Did
police
that POU
action
plan
and shortly
materialize?
after.
Mhm. And
ultimately
the
it did
OPP
not.
statements was in
From the people who
totality
he was
of
initially
during
tasked
or
with.
before the
Right.
Emergencies Act.
And you spoke earlier in your
Or
testimony
not
about
including the March date.
POU being one part of a larger plan.
Yes,
Do I have that right?
that's right.
So who's
Can you
lying here?
explain to the commission a little bit more about how POU would fit into a larger operational plan?
I might as
So
well bring that
um,
banner back
is
up.
one component, obviously,
OPP,
if we get to a position where we
Yeah,
are
the
no
intelligence,
longer able
the
to
intelligence
use the
officer
footprint as
with
seems
much
far
as
more
we
credible
can
to me.
through negotiations.
I think
or
so,
just
because his
through
memory
numerous,
isn't spotty and selective.
threats of
He
charges
answers all
when people have
questions
decided
honestly to
that
the best of
they've
his
had enough and
ability.
they're leaving.
His memory just
Then
doesn't fade in and
POU
out
would
like a light
be,
bulb.
No.
they would have
He
a
was
plan
consistent
to
and
the
professional
approach
and
that they were
neutral
gonna
in his
take,
testimony.
you know,
So
and this
we're going to
So-
go with,
6%
we're going to take the
intersections,
word
large,
of
ground
Superintendent
to cover.
Morris until the
So how
OPS
they
can
would
prove him
go
wrong.
about doing that, and it was, you know, the plan ultimately that they had.
That's what we're going to
was
do here.
Down to line by line.
The
as to
onus is on
The-
the
what time they
accuser.
would move in,
So I'm
which
going to go with
direction
the
of
credible
travel they
source
would
of
be going
information,
in, how
the
they would contain
high
it.
ranking officer with the
1st of
the
February,
connections and the
Intelligence.
knowledge.
The chief,
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 of the PLT sergeants and myself met with these POU commanders who had been in Ottawa, and I'm not sure if some of them were left over from the weekend because they had their teams here, but these were commanders who had some expertise in executing POU actions, but not necessarily in creating plans. And so when they were tasked with, at that point in time, what was a colossal area to cover, I got the sense from the group that they were, and I certainly know I communicated back and forth with our staff sergeant, that it was mind-boggling, I think would be a good term. They just couldn't, you know, this would have been the largest public order movement in Canada, and that's actually what it turned out to be. And they said, when we initially spoke with them, how do you think we could execute this? And they said, we would need every public order unit or section in the country to be able to clear the streets the way they are now. And that was on the 1st of February. So I think my sense is that they struggled with trying to come up with a plan on its own in, just 6 of them sitting around a table and at a hotel in Canada, I think was troubling for them.
Would it normally be the case that a POU plan would be created in isolation from other plans?
No,
Would it normally be the case that it would be created in advance of all other aspects of the plan?
no. Be in concert with the rest of the plan.
Can we turn please to document OPS 6085?
So it seems we are getting contradictory testimony here at the public.
If we could just scroll down a little bit.
Sorry, I'll let her
There's an
talk here.
email there
Contradictory
from
testimony, though, it
Superintendent
seems.
Dunlop to yourself as well as a few others, right?
Yes.
And you can see it's dated February 2nd. And perhaps you could just take a minute to read that. And my question to you in relation to that is, what did you understand the concern to be at this time from Superintendent Dunlop?
So he was tasked with being a bit of a liaison with the POU and PLT teams. And I had been asking at the behest of the chief for this plan, and were they willing to come and present to him how they foresaw this occurring. And so this, I think, was in response to another one of my asks saying, where are we with the plan? Are we, is any issues? And so his response here was saying that he met with them all afternoon, and this would have been the following day. And I'm not sure what the recalibration he's referring to, but he's recommending that we meet again and discuss the approach. And when he talks about neighborhood issues, I think he was talking about some of the things that our communities were facing, and whether that was, noise pollution. There was, people were defecating on lawns, those types of things. And he was,
That's
I think his
wild.
approach here was,
Hearsay.
if we can focus
Just
on those and
building a
improve
narrative.
that situation for those people, that would probably go a long way to reduce, the impact on the communities.
After this email, or perhaps before, I suppose, were the concerns in relation to the scope of the ask that was being directed to them raised with Chief Slowly?
Yes, I believe it was. One of the commanders had asked for a mission statement. They really wanted to be able to understand what it was he was asking, because again, I think it was that mind-boggling, enormous task that he was expecting of them. And I don't want to speak for them, but I don't know if they knew where to start with that.
Would it normally be the case that a plan such as this would be drafted by the people that were being asked to draft it?
No, I think it would be in conjunction with people who are excellent at planning and writing plans,
Right.
with being fed the subject matter experts.
Earlier in your testimony, in response to a question from counsel for former Chief Slowly, you referenced the request for a POU plan as compared to other types of plans, and used the word fixated when describing Chief Slowly's attitude towards the POU plan. Can I ask you to explain a little bit what you meant when you used that word?
I think that he valued this plan and anticipated this plan more than any other is what I would say to that.
I'm going to move on now to the expectations of the community and city council. And we've heard some evidence about that. You've been asked some questions about that. We heard evidence in relation to the level of communication, or perhaps the lack thereof in some people's minds, between the police and city council. Can you tell us about the extent to which the police and you personally were in touch with city councilors?
So I was contacted on a number of occasions by Councillor Fleury. He had my phone number. He texted me fairly regularly, sought for the opportunity to meet. He requested I attend his BIA meeting almost every evening during the thick of the convoy. And many times in fact, I don't think I ever made one of the meetings. We did communicate back and forth, but we did have a superintendent and inspector who were designated to be liaisons with the councillors. They also had their community police officers who were very present and very engaged with all of that. So on a one-on-one basis, Councillor Fleury was somebody who I communicated with a fair bit. And then the council meetings, we were obviously all present for those, and some of them lasted for hours, and many questions posed of us, and some things we were able to answer and some things we weren't, and some of it was just a venting session, I think, and explaining.
Yeah, this
that
is
they
all
were-
pretty much a venting
they were
session, in
very
my
frustrated
opinion.
with
That's
the
exactly what this
situation
is.
in the city.
Kind of along those same lines, we've heard from multiple witnesses that there was a feeling from the
Yeah.
community that there was insufficient
Yes.
presence and
Yes,
enforcement
it's a venting
by
session.
police officers during this time period. And we've also heard some evidence about some enforcement actions that were taken. What was the impact from your perspective of enforcement actions that were taken by police during this time?
I think we were doing them to try and show the community that we were present and we were in the communities. I think it was very difficult for us because it sent us in a variety of different directions, where if we had been able to really come that straight path to get to the plan and get to those things. So our frontline officers, we were still policing the rest of the city. And we were trying to figure out how to position people here so that there was a presence and people felt somewhat safe, but there was lots of things that our members were being tasked with and responding to, you know, fire barrels and things within the zone of, you know, the red zone. So I think, you know, things like interdiction of jerry cans of gasoline, that was very troubling for, you know, in terms of the reaction of the people in there. And it was difficult for our members because in order to be able to do that effectively, you needed a number of officers because they were getting swarmed. They were getting...
Swarmed implies violence. Swarmed. Also, it's troubling that you were stealing people's
I
gas.
watched it happen on a few of the street cameras to see it happening, and it was frightening.
The street
And
cameras
so
were
our
turned, a
members
lot of
were
the
not
cameras were
comfortable
turned
doing
off.
that. And I
Many
respected
were,
the
yeah.
fact that they had the discretion, and
Not for
on
them.
occasions they said, this puts our people at risk, and we are, you know, there's not enough of us out there to be able to do this effectively.
Those are my questions. Thank you very much, Deputy.
Thank you.
So was she just saying that stealing people's gasoline was putting her officers at risk?
No examination, thank you.
I guess
And
so.
then she said they were
So,
swarmed.
Deputy
Again,
Chief,
language matters,
thank you
right?
for coming. I just
If
have
they
a
were
couple
swarmed,
very
that
quick
implies that they were
questions.
The
violently attacked.
commissioner is
Understand a
asking
bit
questions now. The commissioner's on
about
the stand.
PLTs that you talked about. And would I be correct in saying that they are intended to stop the lawlessness and turn the protest into something that is legal or not disruptive? Would be an objective of PLT?
That could be one of them. When I talked about places
The
where there's
protest was.
antagonizers and agitators, we would go to the PLT to say, you know, this person is causing your it's creating issues for your cause. In this case, we were hoping that they would be able to do that, prevent people from honking and all of those actions that they were taking, but also to leave. So twofold.
And to leave,
Nobody has to
i.e.
leave. Protest is a
where they're
protected
disruptive.
access. Protesting
Now,
is protected,
in
and there's
terms
no
of the
time limit on
process
protest.
here, and I
So,
think
you
I
said
saw
something along the
somewhere
lines of be
in your
less of a
testimony
nuisance.
that by the Monday, you called it an occupation. It moved from a protest to an occupation.
Yes.
Was there any discussion or thought given to how to allow the protest to continue in some form? Because as opposed to, it seems, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, like it was from black to white or white to black, however you want to call it. It was a protest, okay, you're okay till the end of the day Sunday, but now it's an occupation. Do you understand what I'm trying to get at?
I do understand. And I'm not sure if there was any conversation about that from some of
Yeah,
our
they're just like, you
site
need to leave.
managers and PLT teams.
Yeah,
So
yeah. You've
I think
extended
it's
our
maybe
time frame. You're now an
they could tell
occupation.
you what was going on there. I know from a command and strategic level, it was
We need
that
tow trucks.
they're here and now they're entrenched and they're not leaving. So That's where it switched from.
Entrenched. Listen to the language again.
Protest talk.
French, siege,
Entrenched.
So there was no
Insurrection,
part of the plan to
occupation.
allow a continuing or
The
to
very loaded
encourage
language chat with very
the
deliberate
protesters to in
intentions.
some way.
The council is still asking
And I
questions.
realize there's
Yes,
there's
the
a lot of
commissioner.
trucks, a
The
lot of
commissioner, yeah.
problems, but to move towards something that was, because as I understand it, there were a lot of people who were protesting who weren't violent and were not
That's absolutely the
problematic.
truth.
Would that be fair?
I think that would be fair. Yeah. I don't want to speculate. I don't know whether those
Don't want to
conversations were
speculate that there's
happening.
people who are allowed.
And the PLT may have been.
It's not your
engaging in those
decision,
and
Deputy
saying, like,
Chief,
if we
who gets
bring it
rights and
from,
freedoms and who
you know,
doesn't get
Metcalfe
rights and
to
freedoms.
wherever
Deputy
on
Chief, that's not a
Wellington, is that
decision for you to be
sufficient?
making.
I do know there were a number of trucks who were in other parts of the city who very much wanted to get to Parliament Hill. They wanted to be on Wellington.
They wanted to be on
What that
Wellington, right?
means, they
Not
tended
in
to
the
be some
residential streets.
trucks that
They
came
wanted to be on Wellington,
far west, and they were the
not
last
on
ones to get here
residential
in the good
streets.
spots.
Thank you, Deputy
And
Chief.
so I know there was conversations with some of those folks, convoy organizers, who said, you know, we've been cooperating with you this whole time, and then all of the great spots were taken, but we weren't, you know, taking names and reservations for spots on.
Convoy
Wellington.
organizers were cooperating with you
Okay,
the
well,
whole time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming
Huh.
and thank you for your testimony. I think what we'll do is take the morning break now.
Morning break.
Or morning
It's
break,
three-
I'm sorry.
It's 3:24 in
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
afternoon, man.
Holy crap.
I'm
What planet
hinting
are you
it's
on?
gonna be
Morning?
here a long time, but no, that's a.
Oh my
just a
goodness.
slip
Feels
of the
like a long
tongue,
time to
sorry.
me.
So we're gonna
A
take the
protest is a
afternoon break,
protest
so
is a
we'll
protest.
take 15 minutes and let the
Yeah,
everyone
15
have
minutes.
There's nothing in the Canadian Criminal Code that sets a timeline out for the duration of a protest. At which there's nothing in the there's nothing in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that says a protest is a protest until 2 days, like 48 hours. And there's nothing in the Canadian Bill of Rights that says that a protest has a time limit. First and foremost, shove the Section 1 where the sun don't shine. You can't apply Section 1 like that. You can't say, Section 1 says reasonable limits, and I declare 12 hours of a protest a reasonable limit. It doesn't say that. You're right. You're fundamentally guaranteed rights and freedoms, okay? Which includes your your fundamental rights and freedoms, which includes your right to assembly, association, and so forth. There's no time limit on that. A protest is a protest is a protest. The elapsing of time doesn't transition something from a protest to an occupation. Very loaded language. There was an insurrection in the police. There was an insurrection in the police's. There was an insurrection at the Ottawa Police against Chief Slowly. There was an insurrection at City Hall against Diane Deans. There was an insurrection, using that loaded language. There was a occupation. The trucks were fortresses. This is very deliberate, loaded language to paint pictures. What do you think, Chris? Boom.
I gotta get out of the wind. Loaded language. Somebody was asking why I'm heavy breathing. I was going uphill. Oh, yeah. The important thing is to remember to take out you can talk all day long, but if those little gems, as you're putting up some of the banners too, like there's certain parts of that testimony that we can't overstate, right? Like you can talk and you can be foggy, and yes, I'm sure. Do you have it ready yet?
We were moving in there regardless, but the Emergencies Act was helpful. A prerequisite of the Emergencies Act is the fact that there be no other situation to help deal with the crisis. So let us go and look up the law.
Oh, yes. Very helpful, Joe. Very helpful.
So let us go and look up the definition, my friends, of this. So, boom, boom, boom. I'm going to bring it back in here. So let us read it together, Chris. Can you read that for us?
I cannot.
Can you read that for the chat?
I can't see it. Well, I can see it, but I'm on the phone.
What if I make it like super big? How does that help?
Yeah, it helps a little bit.
Okay, wait, hold on. So this talking about national emergency, and it describes national emergency. Can you read this section to our chat, please? Let me just make this super big.
Yes.
What does that say, Chris?
For the purposes of this act, a national emergency is an urgent and critical situation of a temporary nature that A, seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians, and is of such proportion or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it.
So let me just pause there and put up this banner from OPP's testimony yesterday. Continue.
Okay. Or B, seriously threatens the ability of the government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada,
Let
and
me
that
ask you,
cannot.
so,
Sorry.
and that's an important part.
Yes, and that cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada.
There's your, so let me just go bring up Deputy Chief Ferguson's quote right there and then, folks. Let me just keep that there, and boom. We were moving in there regardless, but the Emergencies Act was helpful. And what does it say in the Emergencies Act, folks? And that cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada. They were going to move in anyways, but it was helpful. That
It was
doesn't
helpful.
justify the invocation. It doesn't.
And
It cannot be dealt with. Cannot be effectively dealt with. It was being dealt with.
It was
had been dealt
helpful, she said, in bringing in possibly in acquiring some tow trucks a little sooner. So I
Seizing
mean, it
bank
wasn't.
accounts.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, it is helpful if you can just seize your dissenters' bank accounts at will.
And there was a lot of contraventing testimony. Actually, I found a way that we could kind of. I just thought of a way here on the spot that we could probably. What the hell? That we could probably. Oh, and by the way, let's read the preamble. And by the way, everyone's mentioning everyone who quotes Emergencies Act RSC 1985 C22 is not quoting the word next to the charter. So let's read it real quick. And whereas the governor and council, in taking such special temporary measures, would be subject to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian Bill of Rights. Did any of the Twitter stars, or those people with all of their, those people with the tens of thousands of followers, who actually literally took a screenshot of the preamble and mentioned just the charter, but do not mention the Bill of Rights, which is literally the next word, like the next words in the sentence? They all talk about the charter, but they literally don't mention the Bill of Rights, which is explicitly mentioned right here.
Very selective.
They're goofy. They're goofy, folks. That's the only word for these people. They're goofy. And then and it must have regard to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Boom, boom, boom. Particularly with respect to those fundamental rights that are not to be limited or abridged even in a national emergency. But they focus on the charter because they think Section 1 of the charter is a universal cheat code that shuts everything down. And they think that after anything's under the charter, Section 1 invalidates it. Not true. In that case, when you're invoking Section 1 is to counter people making charter arguments, but it does not apply to arguments of other laws, such as the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, as this bill makes itself subject to the Emergencies Act or the Canadian Bill of Rights, which has no Section 1. There's no Section 1 in the Canadian Bill of Rights. It's a federal law of Canada. It applies to the enforcement of federal law. So now that we read that, we clarified something. Let's go back here and read some of the more. We can actually get Pat Morris's testimony in here. I just realized. So hold on a second. If we had the timestamps, it would be way more helpful.
Yeah, I don't have them offhand.
So part 1, every day you're out in the woods, man. Get out of the woods.
Soon.
You don't know how to get out of the woods.
That's water too, Jonathan.
Yeah. And I think
it's going to be too cold to be in the woods soon.
I made a mistake here. I need to go on Stupid Daisy Media YouTube account to get the stream, because the second part of the stream isn't there and the first part of the stream is here. And man, you're making a mess of this.
I'm in the woods.
Yeah, you're in the woods, and you've always been in the woods, and you need to come out of the woods. So let's try, chat, and see if we can go here and actually skip to the part that we need to be at. So here's the testimony from yesterday. Just make it quiet, and let's just see if we can find Pat Morris here. So here's Pat Morris.
And we formally reached out to multiple agencies in Ontario, law enforcement, intelligence.
I wish we had the
approximately
timestamps
3
of this
weeks,
stuff.
emanating from events.
I do have some of the clips actually in.
I know with Andrew Lawton, but we have everything literally right here. We need to get better at the timestamp. We need a timestamp.
Yes, Provincial Operations Intelligence Bureau is the intelligence directorate. So
this is the senior
Provincial Police.
officer of provincial. So this is Patrick Morris, who is the superintendent in the Ontario Provincial Police, and he's the director of the Provincial Operations Intelligence Bureau. So this is the person who Patricia Ferguson couldn't really refer to as the foremost expert. Okay, sorry, I got another tab open too. Get that out of here.
So
So
responsible
she couldn't really
for
speak to
created
him, but she could speak with great specificity, if I might borrow a word from our friends in the Ottawa City Council, and to other circumstances that she suddenly had great recollection of.
business rules. Blockade 3
And
weeks,
she totally contradicted his testimony by saying that the roads were blocked and people were worried.
2021.
Kim Ayotte, which was actually day 4.
Find out about this.
So there's
there were
testimony contradictions
occurred
happening for
one.
multiple days here. But you can appreciate that this is
Maybe
hours and
mobilizing from
hours and
across
hundreds
the
of
country
pages of
to arrive in
transcript
Ottawa for
of evidence.
a mass actions.
between the various entities that engage in that group.
Thank you. I want to take
got
you
the
to the Henry
transcript
report
here.
for Monday.
I'll just let you
January
watch this for a
24th
second.
now, which is OPP 401608. And I'll take you to page 2 under assessment when we get there.
Well, actually, a better way is we could just go into the transcript and read it instead. So let's just go read the transcript here, chat. So we can actually just read the transcript of the testimony. Can you see that, chat? Can you read this? Okay, so let's go to shocking. So one of these individuals is not being entirely honest. So here's the exchange of those kinds of threats. So you're not talking about a threat that may be made against a particular individual, for example. But that's true, but we never had intelligence of that, threats of those. And I mean, I've reviewed the arrest and the charges and stuff to try and ascertain how accurate we were. And there was, I would say, the lack of violent crime was shocking. Even in the arrest and charges, considering the whole thing in totality, I think there were 10 charges for violent crimes, 6 of which were against police officers. We saw from the OPS summary there was a little bit more than that, but not too many for violent crimes. I think it's under 20 for violent crimes. And I think there was 11 of those were assault on a peace officer, if I recall the glimpse of the charge sheet summary that we saw there, prepared on March whatever. There was 11 assaults of a peace officer, and then like 2 or 3 generic assault charges for the entire Freedom Convoy, and then 1 or 2 concealed weapons charges. We could certainly have Resistance Cats or somebody else who's an expert in this subject matter come on and speak to it with accuracy. I don't have a problem with that. But what I have a problem with is during the entirety of Patrick Morris's testimony yesterday, he was answering. He was not dodging of any questions. He appeared very professional and like he wanted to just speak the truth. What I have a problem with is when the deputy chief there was on there. First of all, the loaded the language, the word occupation really doesn't have a legal I mean, certainly it does, but it's not what happened in Ottawa. It's what happened in Ukraine, and we can all agree that language is important and the severity of language is important in the public discourse and forms a narrative even without, the words translating to their more visceral images that they inspire. Word choice is important. So
the chat is wondering where you get this transcript, John.
publicorderemergencycommission.ca. You can find, and it's just so you know, this is quite a few pages. You're talking about hundreds of pages, but you can look through the particular exchanges. They're not in real time. They come out in the evenings, I believe, after the proceedings end. But what I'm trying to get at here is that Patrick Morris appeared very forward and very neutral, and he didn't seem to evade any questioning. But like when the acting deputy chief Ferguson there was with the JCCF or with Brendan Miller, a very evasive. I can't recall. Like Brendan Miller, I specifically think asked how many charges for assault between the arrival of the convoy in Ottawa and the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and she's like, I believe she said, I'm sorry, I can't quite recall that. Something along that nature, she said. She couldn't recall the number of assault charges between the onset of the Freedom Convoy and the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Whereas I believe if the question was asked to Mr. Patrick Morris, the head of POIB, he would have answered, forwardly and honestly to the best of his ability. What do you think, Casey?
Well, I think definitely. At other times, she was obviously very able to answer questions. So sometimes complete lack of recollection, foggy on everything. At other times, completely ready to answer. And that didn't seem like
it's just all over the place.
Yeah. And I mean, she did speak to having prepared crash preparing yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, there's relevant information that she clearly either chose not to prepare with or.
I hear you. Yep. You can hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you all right. I'm just trying to keep
Is
the
it
wind
all right?
down,
Is it
so I keep. Yeah, you're good. It's
okay?
loud.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's
it's good.
loud. It's too loud. Okay, I'll turn it down.
It's loud if you yell. Very loud. I don't know how
It's
loud I
not
am.
as loud as Danny Boucher, okay? Danny Boucher.
Vap
He's
house. Vap house, Danny.
oh
Vap
my
house.
God. A Vap house.
Vap house.
Vap house. Is this all right? Right here?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just
And you
trying to
can just use
figure
your
out.
calm voice and you will be perfect.
That's not possible. You're asking
Yeah.
too much of me.
I know.
You're
Shut up,
asking
John.
something that I can't give.
We're
So
trying
guys,
to
if you're
listen to this
enjoying our
paper here.
coverage, if you're enjoying our coverage right now, you can send stars on the Facebook Live. You can do a few things. You can send us. You can go to the Buy Me a Coffee address here at buymeacoffee.com/Patriot Smoothie. If I had a cup to jingle, I would jingle it here. I've got a cup to jingle. Hold on. Wait. So wait. Yeah, there.
And the grift begins. And if you'd like to grift my way, that will be coming up shortly. Oh, perfect timing. Where production is getting better. We're getting better at this every day.
It is true, and we're bringing up documents in the break. We're doing all kinds of cool things. I think the
And
break might be
soon
over
I'll be out of the woods, and I'm going to get down on location a little bit too, and we're going to try
That's
to
not
add a few
helpful
levels.
for anything.
Yeah, being out of
Maybe
the
it
woods
is.
is. Yeah, well, I'd like to go
Yeah.
talk to a few people about their
Well, you
experience,
live in the
what
woods.
they
You're
think
out in
about
the
it.
woods, out to lunch, out in the woods.
Yeah, well,
Whatever they want to say, out to lunch in the woods.
I can see my friends in Quebec, La Belle
And
Province.
like I said, some people might say that we're misrepresenting the truth here. That first of all, this is an opportunity for me to add my thoughts, in which I have plenty, to the discussion. It's my right to do that. Second of all, sorry, I don't want to keep that on the screen too long. That's not what it's about. The second of all, I really want to invite those people who
Put
have
yourself on.
contravening opinions, especially experts like Resistance Cats or someone of that nature, who wants to come on and summarize the charges. I saw that charge sheet during the commission just now, and I've corrected myself. I was basing my numbers off of the sworn testimony. We got to remember, this isn't hearsay. This is basically court. There's perjury. There's everything like that under the sworn testimony given to the court by Ontario, the province of Ontario's most senior provincial police intelligence officer, Patrick Morris. And to be fair, he said, I believe there were. It looks like the commissioner's back, anyways. So let's get her back on there. See if we can get this back loaded for you on wherever this is broadcasting from. The commissioner is saying things. See what he's saying.
Oh, the commissioner is going to
On the
ask
plan
questions.
so far. So with that introduction, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. For the record, Eric Russo, Commission Counsel, and the Commission would like to call its next witness, OPP Superintendent Craig Abrams.
That's who I thought it was. Okay. Commission Counsel. This is going to be a couple of hours chat. The Commission Counsel with Craig Abrams.
Superintendent Abrams, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Swear on the Bible, please.
Superintendent of Ottawa Police Service.
Ontario Provincial Police.
Oh,
Can't
okay.
tell by the uniform?
And I could barely see it. Okay, yeah. Beautiful lapels. My mistake.
For the record, please
Superintendent
state your
of
full
the
name and
OPP.
spell it out.
Craig Abrams, A-B-R-A, M as in Michael, S as in Sam.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do so swear.
Good afternoon, Superintendent
Afternoon,
Abrams. If I could have document WTS 6013, please. Superintendent Abrams, I'm showing you a copy of your interview summary from when you attended an interview this summer. I take it you've seen this document?
I have.
Okay, and you reviewed it when you signed off on its accuracy?
I did.
Okay, and it remains accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It does.
Okay, thank you. And you have no corrections or additions to make to it?
I have no corrections.
Okay, thank you. And Superintendent, I take it you have more than 20 years of experience with the OPP, is that right?
27 years, correct?
27. Okay, could you just very briefly in a couple of minutes walk us through your background?
Certainly. I spent 12 years at Detachment Central Region, 5 years in uniform, 7 years as a detective constable. 2.5 years as a detective sergeant in our professional standards bureau in East Region, 9 months as a detective sergeant at a local crime unit at Brockville, Ontario. And then with our provincial criminal investigations branch, I spent 3.5 years there as a staff sergeant and a detective inspector, and then transferred to East Region Criminal Operations for a couple of years, and then became a superintendent in my current role for the past 6 years.
And your current role is Superintendent of Operations for the East Region. Is that right?
Correct. We had a minor title change. We're all called Field Operations Superintendents now.
Okay. And
Can you make a
that
banner
current
for that,
role,
John?
You were in that role at the time of January and February 2022.
So I apologize.
Just for the
at time,
witness?
I was Director of Operations. Okay,
And
yeah, sure.
what does that role entail specifically?
So within each region, we have a chief superintendent and 2 superintendents. We have 16 detachments. So I took care of 8 detachments operationally and took care of their needs. I also took care of criminal operations as well as traffic in this period of time.
And who did you report to at that time?
Chief Superintendent Carl Thomas.
And I want to ask you about critical incident command. I take it you're not formally trained as a critical incident commander, is that right?
That's correct. I'm a trained incident commander. I've not taken the critical incident commander course.
Okay. You've sat in on it, I believe?
I have. Most of our critical incident commanders are of the inspector rank. So as a superintendent, I sat in on one of their courses so I could understand what they were being instructed on. So that's how I obtained some of that knowledge in observing those courses.
Okay. And before the Freedom Convoy events, what was your experience in policing wide-scale protests?
At various ranks of it, was involved in at least a handful of different protests or blockades, primarily in the Tyendinaga, Mohawks of the Bay Quinte area. I was the strategic commander for the Tyendinaga rail blockades in 2020, and then strategic commander for this current event here for the OPP.
Okay. And I was going to ask you about sort of what that means to be strategic commander for an event. If you can describe that for us.
Certainly. Like you heard the witness this morning, she very eloquently described the structure system as how it works. You have a strategic, operational, and tactical. So in my role as a strategic commander, my role is to help facilitate the critical incident commanders that are at the operational level. If they have exceptional needs or resources, they'll come to me and I'll try to make that available to them. My role also is to create situational awareness for OPP command and brief OPP command regularly as to what's occurring. I also have some oversight on the command and control just to make sure that what our mission we're trying to accomplish is going to be successful. So I oversee that command and control. And I also look at those areas, try to mitigate any risk that might be involved in our operations. Many of our critical incident commanders are obviously very focused on the jobs they're doing, but may not be aware of what's occurring around the outside of them. And that's my job to make sure they're understanding of any political issues or other issues that might be going on outside that could affect what they're operating on. It's kind of my job to bring that to their attention.
Okay. And you had a significant amount of sort of decision-making authority over this event, I take it?
Not in an operational capacity. I had decision-making authority in relation to when this event started. This was a traffic event for the OPP. So my job was to create an incident command team to be able to represent the OPP on the arrival of the convoy vehicles. So that was my role initially as strategic commander to make sure that the organization was well suited and prepared for the arrival of the trucks.
Okay. And you use the term traffic event there. Can you describe that for us?
Certainly. So as we saw it, as we've heard in evidence, we knew vehicles were traveling from across the country, from the east and the west and from northern Ontario to converge here in Ottawa. Well, to get to Ottawa, you have to travel through OPP jurisdictions primarily. So within East Region, we have many jurisdictions on Highway 17, Provincial Highway 417, which are OPP responsibility. I had to make sure that those small communities were prepared for the large influx of convoy vehicles and protesters. So I had to create a team that could support those communities. And then also I had to create a traffic plan as to how we're going to manage the vehicles on the highway. As you heard, I think from Superintendent Morris, there is that concern, are they going to blockade highways? Are there going to be damage to highways possibly? So we need to have a strategy in place to manage that if it was to occur. So we used our provincial highway blockade strategy. I had an incident commander create an operational plan to prepare for the arrival of the trucks. And as part of that plan, we communicated with the City of Ottawa, Ottawa Police Service, to figure out how can we support them in that, because they obviously had a plan for where they want these vehicles to be. And since we controlled the 417 and the on and off ramps, they needed our support, and so we had to work together on that.
Okay, and we'll get into that. But just to go back to one thing you said, you talked about assisting smaller communities sort of along the way. Are these communities that are policed by the OPP, or would they have their own municipal forces?
Yes, policed by us. So specifically the communities of Arnprior and Castleman, Castleman to the east, Arnprior to the north. We knew that they were overnighting in those communities. And we did have situations where there was tension at some restaurants where convoy participants maybe not comply with the mask mandates at the time. So we had business owners calling, asking for OPP assistance. So I had to prepare my members to be prepared. Okay, this is what you may see. So do we have a system in place to help support the citizens and make sure that they remain
Goodness
safe?
forbid somebody wants to
And,
breathe air.
We know that they're only going to be there for the one night, but we needed to make sure we had bolstered members to assist in that capacity.
And I also understand that you.
There were many members of the Arnprior community where I happen to be right now that were very supportive of the truckers and everyone
Correct.
staying here.
Many times in these major events, you have to have a command post. You have to have somewhere to work out of. So within East Region Headquarters, which is located in Smiths Falls, Ontario, we have a room which is called Emergency Operations Center. And so we have a place for all the parties that help participate in these events. So traffic services, PLT, media relations, criminal operations, incident command, scribes, that all sit in that room and focus on that one task of completing the mission. And that's kind of where we try to have a unified command sitting in that one location. And I'm available to them when they need me.
And you mentioned that you were coordinating with various police agencies, but I want to ask you about the OPS now. When did you start coordinating with the OPS to plan for this event?
Right. So on January 24th, I was asked to be the strategic commander for the OPP in relation to the traffic event. And then I would see at least that day or the day after, I called Deputy Bell and said, this is my role. What can we do to assist you? And then we had intersect calls, which I can explain if you like what intersect is. And on those calls, we discussed where vehicles would park and how the OPP could support the influx of the vehicles later in that week.
I do want to ask you about intersect. I also just, I was reminded that I wanted to ask you just to slow down. We have interpreters and translators, so I will make an effort to speak slowly, and they appreciate that as well.
Certainly.
And so you mentioned intersect, so if you could describe that for us.
Sure. It's a multi-jurisdictional, all hazards emergency preparedness group that focuses on the National Capital Region. It's been in place for many years now. I've been part of Intersect for over 4 years, and there's over 60 clients that are connected to Intersect. And we talk about many different pillars: health, cyber, terrorism, law enforcement. And we have regular monthly meetings and phone calls. And there's also subgroups of Intersect, one of them being law enforcement, where we meet and have discussions. I want to say it was January 24th. I emailed, I apologize, I'll go back quickly. The Intersect program is chaired by the Ottawa Police Service, co-chaired by Ottawa Police Service, the Sûreté du Québec, and the RCMP. And currently they have a civilian kind of programmer that runs the program that Ottawa Police provides. Her name is Kim Stirrup. So I emailed Kim early in the week because I'd heard about, I unfortunately was away from the workplace for 2 weeks prior to the 24th. And I knew that we regularly met when major events were coming to National Capital. Normally we would talk to each other, and I hadn't seen an invite for a meeting. So I emailed her and said, I think we should get the group together and have discussions about how we're gonna, because this is all gonna affect us. So she generated that meeting invite, and we had a meeting shortly thereafter.
Okay. And going back to the 24th, the start of the coordination, like what did that look like in terms of coordinating with OPS? What were you doing?
So I spoke with Deputy Bell, and I also worked with I had my traffic inspector connect with the Ottawa Police traffic inspector to say, okay, you guys need to work out the traffic angle and then report up to myself as and the incident commander as to what we can do to facilitate the traffic. But you have to come up with a traffic plan. So that Inspector Dave Tuvell is the one who wrote the operational plan for the OPD response to this event that was supposed to occur over a single day. And he worked with his counterpart with Ottawa Police to make sure that we were supporting them in the way they needed it.
Now you say the OPP response was, was planning for a single day event. Why is that?
I should back up, sorry. Obviously, it was multi-day in our purposes because they were stopping overnight in Arnprior the night before. So it was more than one night, but we expected the majority of the vehicles were going to make their way into the city of Ottawa on one particular day. So that was kind of the day we wanted to make sure we had all the resources available to prepare for road vehicle stoppages, road blockages, those types of things. And our provincial liaison team, as the commission has heard about, they were engaged with many of the convoy leaders, and they talked about routes they would take, and they would only take up one lane of 417. They wouldn't take up all the lanes. And then Ottawa Police had told us what off ramps they wanted us to have them go off at. So we worked with our partners with the MTO and ourselves to make sure we had those ramps ready for their arrival.
Okay. And so maybe I want to make sure I understood you correctly. When you say a one-day event, you're talking about one day where a lot of vehicles will be converging on Ottawa. Is that correct?
The majority arrived in the villages of Arnprior and Castleman the night before. They overnighted there, and the plan was the next morning to make their way into the city of Ottawa.
Right. And I believe you were familiar with Hendon reports.
It was. As Superintendent Morris spoke about, Hendon originated many years ago, and not just because of this event. And because of my involvement in many of the Indigenous protests and my role, I have been on the Hendon email distribution list for many years. So I received all those Hendon reports, not only for this period of time, but also in the past.
Okay. And were you reviewing them as they were coming out?
Yes. Like I said, for the 2-week period of January 11th to the 22nd, I was away from the workplace. When I returned, I reviewed my emails and caught up on my Hendon reports upon my return from work. But yes, I reviewed the Hendon reports as they came in because they directly impacted our planning as what we were going to do to make sure that we had all our angles covered in case something from the report indicated that there might be a problem in the village of Arnprior, or there might be intelligence indicates there might be problems in Castleman. Those are things I needed to know, and my incident commander needed to know. So we reviewed them religiously.
Okay. And I understand Castleman and Arnprior are sort of areas under OPP jurisdiction where you would have a particular attention, but did you have an understanding or a view of what was going to transpire in Ottawa based on those reports in the week leading up to the convoy?
I certainly, based on the reports, saw many different views of what might happen in Ottawa. We saw social media reports that said there might be 34,000 vehicles that arrive in Ottawa. We saw other reports that might be only in the hundreds. I think as recently as January 24th, Hendon report, one of the intelligence gaps that's indicated on the report says unknown exact number of vehicles that will be attending Ottawa. So even as late as the 24th, we weren't 100% sure on numbers. So we had an intense range from social media saying 30,000, 32,000 to in the hundreds.
Did you discuss the Hendon reports with anyone at OPS in your sort of role of coordinator?
I did not discuss Hendon directly with anybody at Ottawa Police Service, no.
Now, I want to ask you about an intersect call on, I think it was the morning of January 27th. Do you remember that call?
I do.
Could you describe it for us?
Yes, it was part of the regular intersect call. Normally they do roundtable. This was more specific to this event, so we kind of opened the floor to Ottawa Police Service, and they spoke about their event and they spoke about their plans to manage the convoy vehicles that were traveling to their city.
Okay, and what were the plans that were shared on that call?
There was no written plan shared on the call. It was all verbal. They indicated that they had a plan and had a capacity to accept 3,000 vehicles in their city. And then they set about describing on what streets those vehicles would park in. In my notes, I made notes of the call. I noted the streets. I just don't have the streets and the exact vehicle numbers, but they had, Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway, X number of vehicles could park there. Wellington Street, X number of vehicles could park there. They spoke about how the convoy leaders agreed to only take 3 of 4 lanes on Wellington Street and leave 1 lane open for emergency vehicles. Other vehicles would take up side streets off of Wellington and keep the curb lane open for emergency vehicles. That's how they described their interactions with the convoy leaders.
And prior to this call, were you aware that the OPS was planning to allow the trucks into downtown Ottawa?
This was the first I'd heard about how Ottawa planned to deal with the vehicles that were traveling into their city.
Okay, and did you have any concerns about that proposal?
I didn't. As much as I'd seen hidden reports, like we've heard evidence here that obviously motivated individuals traveling from East Coast and West Coast, very well funded, indications that they may spend multiple days. Some hidden reports said 3 days, but certainly it looked like multiple days. But I think Superintendent Morris talked about being in your lane. I had to stay in my lane. And I had a lot of experience working with the Ottawa Police Service and with other major events and seeing their abilities, very professional organization. And it wasn't my place to question whether they were ready. I had to make that assumption that they were ready. They were talking calmly about what their plans were. They felt that that was going to be successful, and it was not my place to question them. I assumed they had that plan in place, and my job was there to just support them.
Okay, and I understand that and the whole sort of stay in your lane mentality, but did you have any concerns? Even if you didn't voice them, did you have any concerns about that number of maybe heavy commercial vehicles in downtown Ottawa?
I didn't have concerns. It certainly was unique. Not something that I've ever experienced. Large vehicles, I've experienced large number of persons, but not that number of vehicles. But once again, I had to rely on that the Ottawa Police had that experience. They were the police of jurisdiction, and it was just not my place to question. I had to assume that they had a solid plan, and we were just there to support. Sorry.
No, sorry. Did anybody else on that call, any of the other participating agencies, raise any concerns or question that plan?
I don't recall it. I just recall a conversation about how vehicles traveling from Quebec could impact the city of Quebec, Gatineau Police. We just talked about impacts that traffic flow would have, but I don't recall anybody questioning what Ottawa Police was speaking about.
Okay. And there was also discussion of a plan to have vehicles kind of park further away and protesters sort of bust in. Do you remember that?
I recall discussions about could we have the vehicles park at the Canadian Tire Center, the hockey arena, and have them shuttle bust down to the downtown core? In my view, that's more difficult. If you're a truck driver and you've driven your truck multiple days and weeks across the country, you're likely not going to be happy to park it at the Canadian Tire Center. So I know some areas were opened up by the city to allow some overflow parking, but those ideas I didn't believe came to fruition.
Okay. And based on your participation in this call, what did it appear, how long of an event did it appear that the OPS was planning for?
The weekend at the most.
Okay. And was that consistent with what you understood at the time?
Sorry, consistent in what context?
Did you also believe it would be a weekend-long event?
Yes, because I was relying that Ottawa Police believed it would be a weekend event, so who was I to question that it wasn't going to be? They believed it, I believed it, and we were partners in it. And as much as Hendon did say those other things, I had to take some faith in Ottawa had the plan, and that we would be done on Sunday evening, maybe Monday morning at the latest.
Well, you've anticipated my question because Superintendent Morris was very clear yesterday that the Hendon reports in the week leading up used the word long-term and sort of made it clear that protesters would be staying. So I guess I'm wondering if you were reading them, why you weren't left with that impression as well.
There was
There's a lot of
There was
people
more
talking
Hendon
about
report- there
the
was more intel
firearms
that
charges
indicated
in
they
that
were staying longer than
table.
staying
So
shorter, for sure.
I
There
went through the
was.
effort of digging
And-
up this testimony from the parliamentary committee on March 24th between a member of parliament, what was his name? Between member of parliament, Dane Lloyd, and acting chief Steve Bell of the Ottawa Police Service. And this is the exchange they had at that time. And I felt it was necessary to reshare this testimony dated. This is also sworn testimony dated March 24th, 2022, before the parliamentary committee responsible for the Emergencies Act investigation, I believe. But this is the exact exchange. So I feel it necessary to have that on the screen right now, as a lot of people are looking at the singular firearms charge from the table at the protest, and to consider the chief's sworn testimony here. So I'm going to keep that on the screen for a little
After
bit.
this intersect call about the plan to let the vehicles into downtown.
I reported to my chief superintendent, Carl Thomas, about what was occurring. I reported to my incident commander, of course, because he wasn't on the call. It was Inspector Scott Semple. He was incident commander at the time, to say that I had this conversation. This is what Ottawa's plan is for the vehicles. And that's when I asked my traffic inspector to connect with their traffic inspector and just filled my superior in on what I'd heard on the call.
And ultimately, there was a sort of plan that dated January 28th or 29th, I believe, that was put together by the Ottawa Police Service. Did you ever see a copy of that plan?
I don't recall seeing a plan for that weekend, no.
Okay. Did you ever ask for a copy?
I did not.
No. Would you normally see a copy of a plan for an event like that?
Not as much, not in, it's another police jurisdiction, unless it had ties to OPP operations in the plan. I wouldn't normally see it because it didn't impact me or my service.
We've heard evidence, and I expect we'll continue to hear evidence, that this was a fairly unprecedented event. Would you agree with that assessment?
I would agree. On many levels, unprecedented in size. The vehicles used, lots of unprecedented natures to the event, for sure.
If we could pull up OPP 50773, please. Just showing you another document. This is the will say that I believe you prepared in connection with attending the interview this summer. Is that correct?
Actually, within a week after the end of the event, I just felt, because of my role, that the organization would likely want to hear from what I experienced. So I created the will say then. I didn't even know that a commission was coming, or that interviews may be coming several months later. I just did it because I knew the facts were fresh in my mind at the time. There was so many things that happened that most made it into my notebook, but there's so many things that were independent recollections that I didn't want to lose. So both myself and Chief Pardy created these type of documents around the same period of time.
Okay, so that's helpful to know. So this was created in, we're talking late February, maybe early March?
Yes, and no later than 2 weeks after the end of the event.
Okay. And so I won't take you to it, but I just wanted to understand the circumstances under which it was created. And so it references a conversation with an Inspector Ferguson on January 29th. Who's Inspector Ferguson?
That's Inspector Dawn Ferguson. She's a detached commander of our Renfrew detachment, but she's also a trained critical incident commander. So as part of our planning for this event, because it was a traffic event on the 417, the National Capital Regional Command Center was stood up, and most of the policing partners were housed there: MTO, OPS, Gatineau Police. So it was important for us to have a leader there to be able to help direct the traffic and have better communication flow between all the agencies. So I asked her to be there and be able to report back to the incident commander at the EOC, which was Inspector Semple, and myself. They both fell under myself, and her role there was to kind of monitor how things were occurring and how the vehicles were traveling into the city, and report back at what was occurring with our partners.
And she did report back to you on the 29th, correct?
She did.
And what was that report?
I want to say it was around mid-morning, 11:47, I think the time was, but I may be mistaken on the time. But she indicated that she was experiencing dysfunction within the NCRCC, specifically to the OPS commanders, Inspector Lucas. He was yelling profanities, not only at her, but we also had a staff sergeant there, Lisa Nicholas, and also they're yelling profanities at each other. And they had clearly seemed to her had lost some control over what was occurring, and didn't have a way to figure it out. And they were trying to offer assistance to them in the form of officers to help if they had calls for service.
Oh
in
my
city of
God.
Ottawa, they
The
weren't able to
OPS
get
was
to
yelling at
because
each
all the
other.
members were tied up downtown.
They were yelling
That
at
we
each
could
other. They
provide
were
some of
yelling
that service,
profanities.
but they
The
weren't
OPS
able
was
to
yelling
get
at the
any
OPP.
communication back
They
to say,
lost
yes, we
control.
could use that or not.
I like that
And
this
what,
guy's being respectful though and not throwing everyone at
specifically, what
OPS under the
type
bus.
of assistance was the OPP offering at this point?
We offered everything from public order unit assistance, rapid response team, QRT teams. We kind of use that term. We have quick response teams. If they had an armed robbery, let's say in Canada, and everybody was tied up with a convoy downtown, we could rally members together to help them out with those major calls that they were obviously stretched to be able to get to.
Okay. And I think your will say includes the phrase, this event was clearly beyond their capabilities. Is that, and their being OPS, was that a view that you had formed already on January 29th?
That was the term Inspector Ferguson used to me.
Okay.
Because obviously I wasn't experiencing it. That's what she was experiencing, and that's how she described it to me.
Okay. And did Inspector Ferguson relate to you, or did you have a view of kind of what was going wrong? What was overwhelming, I guess, the OPS at that point?
Just a lack of what to do. There was no real plan as to who do we send where, what do you want me to do? Lots of questions about where their resources were supposed to go. Lots of confusion in that aspect.
Okay. And I understand that you spoke with Deputy Chief Bell on that day as well, correct?
I did.
Okay, can you describe that conversation for us?
Sure. Essentially, it was an agreement that we would be the contacts with each other throughout this event. Obviously, they're going to have a contact with the OPP. So we agreed that we would be each other's contact. If he needed something from the OPP, he would call me and vice versa. So we'd arrange that process early on.
Okay. And did you offer any assistance on this day in particular?
I'd have to check my notes. I know I've offered assistance. I just can't remember if it was this particular day.
Okay.
Which day? I can look quickly here. I have my notes with me. I just know what date I'm referring to.
We can pull it up. It's OPP 50774, and it's at page 12. It's the entry at 16, just above 1642, I think. Advise DC Bell 18 at.
Correct. Yeah. So I advised them that we had 18 members at our Canada detachment, which is our Ottawa detachment, including 2 sergeants that could assist if required. He acknowledged and stated that he would relay that information to his instant commander. And we waited. There was no real reply. And then at 18:30, I again contacted and made a final offer for assistance to the Ottawa Police Service. And at 1900, they advised us that there was really no help required. And that was through Staff Sergeant Nicholas, who was in the NCRCC.
Okay. And so you offered them some point in the afternoon, didn't have a response. And then at 7 o'clock, we're told we don't, thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah, there was no, we never heard back. We called again to say we made the offer at just after 4 o'clock. Do you still need these 18 officers? And there was just no reply back to say they wanted them. And then finally at 1900, they stated that there was just no help required.
Okay. And what type of officers were these 18 officers?
They were just frontline constables that we would have pulled from detachment operations within a 45-minute to hour radius of Ottawa as soon as we could get members there to help support without critically damaging our ability to police the communities they were serving. It was strictly just members who were currently on duty that we could pull We have a regional mobilization plan that kind of has a set number of, based on how many are working on this day, this is how many officers we could move to other locations in an emergency. So we were able to dictate, okay, we can survive with pulling 18 if they need it.
And so was 18 the most that you could sort of put together in that short order?
That's the most I could summon in that short order. East Region is a rather large region, but within an hour of Ottawa, that's the most I could muster at that period of time.
And did the OPS ultimately take you up on that offer at some point?
I believe the next day they agreed that my inspector, Luc Duval, indicated that they had members that were prepared to go to Ottawa, and they had 18, but I think initially they were going to send 10, and they sent 10 downtown to Elgin Street to be deployed mainly in a traffic service capacity, helping out with traffic control, closing streets. And then shortly thereafter, I heard back from my incident commander, Inspector Ferguson, that only 2 of those members had been used, and the rest had been sitting there for over, I believe it was 4 hours. And they were on day shift. It was late in the day. And I said, pull them from Elgin. We can't let them sit around there any longer. So then I reached out to Deputy Bell to just let him know this is what's happening. And he indicated that he apologized. He said there was a lack of communication within their bureau, within their service, and he would rectify it.
Okay. And did either you offer additional assistance, or did he ask for those 10 back or additional officers at that time?
It's hard to recall because we spoke so often, but there was the offer. He knew that he was going to have to ask for more assistance. Inspector Duval indicated that through Inspector Lucas that there was going to be a formal ask coming for more.
Sorry, guys, just working on this, the charge sheet. I've got some summary information to compile here. So thank you for the extended break on the commentary. Lots to say.
It's coming. We haven't figured out the exact number yet, but there's going to be a further request for resources coming.
And that was going to be chief to commissioner, chief slowly to Commissioner Carrique?
In a formal way, it would do that, but Deputy Bell could call me to say, I need 30 people, and we would operationalize that right away. The formal paperwork can take its time and move its way from Ottawa to Orillia, but we're not going to wait for the formal paperwork. Their partner agencies are going to help them in their time of need, and I would have mustered those members and got them to Ottawa prior to any letter being signed by the commissioner.
Okay. But if that's the case, why pull back the officers that you had sent who were just, in your words, sort of sitting around doing nothing? I mean, they were there and they could have been activated.
Mainly because of the hours they'd already been working. They'd already been working over 12 hours that day. So they're on 14 hours. If they were then just starting to work, it would be unfair to those members to work past the period of time they were working. So that's why I pulled them.
Okay. In this first weekend, sort of January 29th, January 30th, can you just share with us any other observations about what was happening on the ground, what was going well, what was not going well?
It was certainly not going well. I was getting lots of reports from my members at the NCRCC. There was lots of dysfunction, still lots of yelling, lots of unknowns of what they were going to do. On the 31st of January, I had a conversation with Deputy Bell where he basically said, we're planning for a protracted event and we really don't know our way out of this. So that was the first indication to me on the 31st that we were going to be in for a long haul to assist them. So I had to prepare my incident command team to kind of switch to say, okay, now we have to switch operations to supporting the Ottawa Police. And I'm not 100% what the numbers are going to look like yet, but it's clear through talking to Deputy Bell that it's going to be protracted. They don't see a way out, and they're going to be relying on us and other services to help them.
Okay, and we'll get there. But first, I'd like to pull up an email. It's OPP 401593. We can go to the bottom email, the one from Joseph Varga. He's an inspector with the OPP, correct?
Yes, he's a critical incident commander, a major critical incident commander.
Okay. And what was his role at this point?
Early on, there was discussions within our own organization as to how we were going to structure the support for Ottawa. Would Inspector Varga come down and act as the NCIC to help direct OPP resources to assist Ottawa? What was the command structure looking like? Because there was concerns over what the Ottawa Police command structure was going to look like. So there was just a lot of general discussions about how best can we insert ourselves and integrate ourselves and provide the support that's required. But a lot of that conversation resolved around that.
Okay, and I think this email kind of touches on some of that regrouping. Inspector Varga writes, Superintendent, as you are aware, OPP POU direct supports to PPS will conclude this evening. At the request of OPS and the NCRCC command group, OPP POU has now been requested to support OPS with the ongoing POU deployment in the city of Ottawa. So what assistance had the OPP rendered to the PPS, being the Parliamentary Protective Service, during that first weekend?
Within Ontario, a lot of the services have a public order unit hub, and they communicate with each other when they require services. So this request wouldn't necessarily have gone directly through myself. POU and POU commanders reported to me indirectly, but I certainly didn't direct other operations because they're trained POU commanders. They would tell me when the request comes in. So I recall that a request from PPS came in for support, and we discussed about, well, where is the support? Is it at PPS or is it with Ottawa? Who needs the support the most? And it was as agreed amongst the POU subject matter experts that they would begin supporting the Parliamentary Protective Services first, and then if required, transition to support Ottawa.
Okay, and do you know why that agreement was reached?
I didn't ask specifics because it wasn't my subject matter expertise. I relied on their expertise to say that something from what PPS told them, they needed to protect them and support them first, and then always be available to Ottawa if they required it.
Okay, if we could just scroll down a little bit, Inspector Varga shares plan for the next 3 days. This concept of operations is anticipated to utilize OPP POU in conjunction with all other assisting agency POU units in the following timeline. And then it sets out what was going to occur on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, including a possible injunction if the injunction, and then the injunction would be enforced. So at this point, on January 30th, which is the Sunday,
still working in the background, guys.
is everyone
here. This is
planning
pretty
to
important
basically
that this
wrap
gets
this
out
up by
punctually.
Wednesday of the coming week?
I am also still here.
The case because I wasn't engaged in
Jump in at any time
conversations
there,
with
Chris.
public
I'm just
order.
working on these charge sheets that are
My
getting a
role
lot of
was
traction.
on a frontline capacity. We call them soft hats. So your normal police officer you'd see on the street. That was my focus. Public order command was separate to me, so they would have their conversations, and if they felt they needed to add public order to Ottawa, they would do that on their own and just notify me that it was happening. I was providing around 30 officers a day at this period of time to Ottawa Police, 15 on days and 15 on nights, primarily to just do traffic services, traffic enforcement, just at intersections, closing roads. And I let the incident commanders like Joe Varga and his public order unit commanders work out what system they felt they needed to do with their public order partners in Ottawa and other services.
Okay, so the 30 were traffic officers under your command, and then Inspector Varga had POU units that may have been in Ottawa as well.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is a POU plan, so you weren't involved in preparing.
I was not. They would have just been a phone call to say, Superintendent, there's going to be POU in Ottawa supporting PPS and Ottawa Police, and I would get general. We're on ground today. We got this many on ground doing QRT, or this many on ground doing this. But that was the extent of the notifications I was receiving.
Okay. And if we just scroll down a little bit, the next paragraph, a review of the shift of OPP POU support from PPS to OPS has resulted in a reevaluation of required OPP POU resources. And you see it talks about the release of 14 bodies back to their home location. Further, 8 POU members will be returning to their home locations. And so my question is, it's January 30th. It certainly doesn't look like the protest is ending on Monday morning, but POU members are leaving the city of Ottawa. Do you know why that is?
I can't say, and that's the kind of the essence of the command structure. As a strategic commander, I'm not going to get necessarily into the weeds. I trust my subject matter experts, incident commanders, POU commanders to know what they need to do. We had many other priorities going on around the province with other borders, Blue Water Bridge, Ambassador Bridge. We had to protect our international border crossings. So they may have been redeployed to those other areas. But kind of the nature of that major critical incident command structure is for a person like me in a role I was in to not get too far into the weeds. So that's why I would not necessarily have been advised.
Okay. You referred earlier to discussion with Deputy Chief Bell on the 31st, where he indicated they were now planning for a 4-week extended occupation. How did you react to that timeline?
I was concerned. I really thought and hoped that we could resolve it prior to that period of time, because as from my experience with other blockades, the longer they go, the more people that are attracted and the more people you now have to deal with, and it makes the job of a police service that much more difficult to be able to manage. So I was hoping that we could develop something between the multiple groups at the table to be able to deal with it prior to 4 weeks. But that was a surprise to hear that early in the game that they were already looking 4 weeks down the road.
Okay. And based on that, did you escalate that within the OPP? Did you change anything about your own planning when you heard that anticipated timeline?
Most certainly. I had to reach out to my inspector, my chief superintendent, but also my inspector incident commanders to say, okay, now we have to start scheduling for 4 weeks out. Let's try to figure out how we can provide the resources that Ottawa needs. We're going to expect that they're going to expect more than 30 a day as the days move on. So how are we going to do this? We had to engage in our organization. We have an emergency operations center in Aurelia, and that's part of their role is to help with major planning for major events. So it was clear that it was going to start getting out of my ability on a regional level to staff Ottawa Police with just regional people. We were going to have to start bringing in people from all over the province, so that we needed help in that logistics. So we reached out to Aurelia, our Emergency Operations Center, to say, okay, get ready. It's going to be an extended event. Can we start identifying regional contacts to start relaying what Ottawa is going to need and how many people we can get to Ottawa? And then I had to stand up a much more robust logistics team to now plan for hotels and be able to staff and feed and deploy all these people, and most likely find a bigger command post to manage it, because now it's going to be growing.
Okay. I'd like to pull up OPP 6024, please. This is an email from, I believe it's Superintendent Alakis. Is that correct?
Yes, he's in our Field Support Bureau.
Okay. And what role was he playing in the response?
Right. So as Superintendent Field Support Bureau, they cover the majority of the OPP's emergency services. So tactical response units, emergency response teams, which are our public order units. They're emergency response officers and they're POU trained. So that falls under their bureau, which falls under Deputy DeMarco's bureau. So he would have had, and he also is in control of our EOC. So he had a large role to play in what was happening.
Okay. So I want to go down and start with Superintendent Alakis identifies sort of 3 issues. It says much of the uncertainty around response and especially around the utilization of our resources has resulted from 3 main difficulties. And so if you could just help us understand these, if you had observed these, just take us through sort of 1, 2, and 3.
Sure. This is the first time seeing the email, so I have to apologize. I'm reading through it.
Sorry, chat.
if
Still
he has
working on
concerns
this
about, I
summary
guess,
sheet
a
here for the
terminology, I
breakdown
think
of
we kinda
everything, my
heard,
friends.
with
Very sorry about the
Deputy
extended period of
Ferguson
time
that
here. I'll come
the
back on the
Ottawa
camera.
Police
There's
may
no reason
refer
not to
their
be
critical
on.
command structure a
But
little
I
bit
am
differently
working
than
on
us,
this in the
so
background, trying to make
nomenclature
a
and
summary
naming
sheet,
can
a
sometimes
graph of
cause
all of this
confusion.
information.
So I think that's what they're referring to in number one.
I was trying to get some food.
And whether do they need incident commanders?
It's rude to eat
Do
on
they need
camera. I'm going
major
to take you
critical
off.
Incident commanders. And do they understand what the true function of a CAC is? Could that be done with just an incident commander? So I think he's just trying to clarify to them. Can you go back to them to clarify what is it they really need? Because then we know what we can send them. Because there's 3 levels of command: incident command, critical incident command, and major critical incident command come with many different skills. So you want to try to keep it to the lowest level as possible.
And so before we move on to 2, is that an issue or a function of the fact that there isn't a standardized incident command system across various police agencies?
As far as I'm aware, there's fairly standardized processes, but as we heard, they had the term event commander, which meant incident commander. So I guess some municipalities may choose to use different terminology than others, but from my understanding of the critical incident command process, naming conventions are fairly consistent.
Okay. And so if you just point to OPS requests were framed in terms of specific amounts of resources rather than in terms of the effect or impact they wish these resources to impart. Was that something that you had observed?
Correct. And that's kind of where the line divides here. So I'm getting requests from Deputy Bell for frontline officers, and we're very clear on what he wants them to do and what they're going to do. They're getting requests from Ottawa Police Public Unit Command about what they want them to do. So his concern is what he's hearing from the public order side of Ottawa Police. And I'm making assumptions here because I wasn't involved in this email. It's a little more clear on my side because I can ask those direct questions. What do you want them to do? How many cars do you want them to bring? What are their roles and responsibilities? So I can find those people with those skills. Whereas here, it seems that the public order unit request from Ottawa was maybe a little vague and not as specific about exactly what they wanted and exactly what they wanted them to do. And that can cause frustration for sure.
Okay. But in your view, you had a better, I guess, relationship with Deputy Chief Bell and were able to have that direct conversation in a way that's better than what Superintendent Alakis was able to accomplish?
Initially, for sure. I mean, along the way, there were certain frustrations about where do you want our people and when. That was more minor, but it was very clear he needed the most help relieving his members from the downtown core so they could get some rest. And that's what is kind of his focus was on the maintenance piece first. And that was the easiest piece for us to help him with because they didn't have to have specialized skills. They just had to be police officers with a cruiser.
Okay. And then just briefly on the third point, an initial lack of internal communication and unified incident command, which created barriers to effective information intelligence flow. Is that something that you had observed at that point?
I did observed, and I did speak to Deputy Bell about this as well. I just observed multiple points. They had an incident commander at their Greenbank location. They had some commanders at their Elgin Street headquarters, and they had Inspector Lucas at the NCRCC. They were all spread out across the city. It was almost like a left-hand, right-hand situation. Inspector Lucas may not have been aware of what the incident commander superintendent was doing at Greenbank, and it bore out in public order unit work as well. So I had some conversations with Deputy Bell about that, just to say, these are the frustrations my people are seeing. He recognized that right away. He understood they were trying to do their best to become more unified. I wasn't telling him anything he hadn't heard or seen himself, I think. But we had, for the benefit of my people, that's why I was there, to protect my people. And when they wanted me to message with Ottawa Police, that was my role. And we did have lots of conversation around the difficulty we were seeing in their incident command structures, yes.
Okay. And was Deputy Chief Bell was receptive to those comments?
Yeah, he seemed very receptive. He seemed to understand and said, yes, Craig, we're doing the best we can.
Okay. If we could get OPP 401342, please. just want to show you, this is an email, I believe, from Pat Morris to you and others on February 2nd. And if we can just go down, there's an organizational chart here, and I just want to understand and make sure that this accurately represents the sort of command structure for the OPP for this event at the time.
It is exactly how it was at the time, yes.
Okay. And what's the difference between the NCRCC and then the OPP Ottawa command post?
Essentially, it was the NCRCC housed all our partner agencies, and I felt it would be a real, we'd be missing out on a lot if we didn't put somebody there. So we needed somebody to coordinate what was happening. They had access to MTO cameras, they had access to Ottawa Police radios because Ottawa Police was right there. So they were able to provide a lot more real-time and quick information to those incident commanders that was sitting at the Ottawa command post. So that's why we had those 2 inspectors at those locations. And then Inspector Dave Springer, who is a trained POU commander and an MCIC, he was taking care of the POU command side.
Okay.
And they all kind of reported up to myself.
And so this email is from February 2nd, which is also the date of Chief Slowly, or former Chief Slowly, saying he doesn't believe that there's a policing solution, or there may not be a policing solution. I take it you're familiar with that, with him saying that.
Yeah.
And so as somebody who was on the ground and sort of witnessing what was going on very close hand from the OPP, did you share that assessment of the situation at that time?
I did not.
Okay. Why not?
Based on my experience, I guess is the best example. I hadn't, even up to this point, I'd already heard about issues integrating PLT into this process. And all the blockades I've been involved in, I've seen nothing but success from our PLT team. They're an amazingly dedicated group of individuals who are able to establish relationships with protesters, able to start discussions about, okay, why are you here? What are you protesting? How long do you plan to be here? Can we help you with an exit
Wow, look at
strategy?
that. Communication
They're
works,
obviously
folks.
trained
Communication
in
works.
the framework that's been adopted by the Canadian Association of Police Chiefs, which I think the Commission has heard about already. And they've done amazing work to be able to resolve a lot of situations without having to use POU, just through negotiation and discussions and allowing groups, whatever they happen to be, exit on their own, and without having to have police enforcement. Now, we've had to use police enforcement at times, for sure, but I did not see that piece being used in this situation. I didn't see intelligence being used to lead a solution. I didn't see PLT being used to lead a solution. So that's why I felt maybe he was being a little premature. That I didn't see that all these steps have been tried yet. I guess if all those steps have been tried and every tool in our toolbox have been used and we're still at ground zero, maybe you could think about that in that way, but I just didn't think that we had used all our tools yet. So I couldn't agree with that statement.
Okay. And so hearing that, did that prompt a renewed extension of support, or did you do anything with that to go back to your team and say, we have to step up our assistance because clearly this is a situation that's getting out of hand?
Not too long after the February 2nd date, I might have the dates wrong, we'd already sent our OPP PLT team to Ottawa to support them. So they were already on the ground trying to support. So I was already hearing frustrations on integration. They weren't able to be integrated. They weren't given autonomy to make decisions. So I was more communicating with Deputy Bell because they would call me, Inspector Baudin, which the Commission will hear from, who runs the PLT program. He would call me, his sergeants would call me to say, sir, we're not getting anywhere here. Or the actual Ottawa Police Service team's not given autonomy to connect with convoy drivers, make a lot of those concessions, which they do. And so they were just they were floundering. They didn't feel they had a role. They didn't see a plan. There was no PLT plan, which normally there is a plan for PLT. There was none. So I wasn't as much communicating with them as they were communicating with me about their concerns. And part of my role as strategic commander was deconfliction. So I would reach out to Deputy Bell and say, Steve, this is what we're seeing. And we're hearing from Chief Slowly and other commanders that PLT is important to the solution of this problem, but we're just not seeing it be operationalized. And that's not unique. Sometimes if you're at a high level like a chief and you're not seeing what's happening on the ground, maybe that's news to Chief Slowly, right? So it was important for me on behalf of my members and for the Ottawa Police Service to bring it to their attention and see if they can make some changes to get them more autonomy and get them more engaged, and try to stress upon Deputy Chief Bell the successes I've seen and the importance of using them to help move this forward.
And sort of generally speaking, when you relayed those concerns, what was the reception?
Positive. Deputy Bell agreed. He understood the importance of the integration and that he was going to make sure that that was happening.
Okay. And I understand that the OPP assigned 2 planners in the very early days, Inspector Yunin and Staff Sergeant Gauvin. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you just describe what their role would have been?
Right. So they were asked as part of the kind of formal ask from Chief Slowly to come and help their planners come up with a plan. And I heard from them regularly about their frustrations. They were kind of given 3 tasks. Number 1 was a plan to go intersection by intersection. Number 2 was like, I don't know if it would, mass arrest may be the wrong word, but just another plan, another enforcement plan. And the 3rd plan was kind of a status quo plan. How do we kind of hold the streets for a certain period of time? There was questions about who they reported to within the Ottawa Police Service, who's responsible for this plan, who's going to sign off on the plan.
Folks, what we're learning is that
And
there
at
was a
certain
whole
period,
bunch of
one
incompetence and
the
bureaucratic
OPS
slowdowns,
inspectors,
but
Maran, came in the
mainly
room and said,
people just wanted to be heard. That's why they were in
whatever you were
Ottawa,
told
and
to
no one's
do,
speaking to
forget
that
it.
yet. And I'm still waiting
Chief
for someone
Slowly
to
wants
say,
you to come up
listen,
with a whole new plan.
people
You
were
report
hurting.
to me now and go to work. And they essentially walked away from the table and called me and relayed this information to me to say, sir, can you help us? This isn't working. And then I called Deputy Bell and explained, and he explained, no, these members report to, I think it was Superintendent, maybe Acting Superintendent Dunlop, and they were to take direction from him. So the planning table was having its own frustrations itself.
Okay. And but these 2 OPP planners were working alongside OPS planners?
Correct.
Okay. And did that group ultimately come up with any sort of plan?
Not that I ever saw, no.
Now, I understand there's a bit of confusion also about the role that Superintendent Mark Patterson was playing at this time as well.
I was clear myself that he was their incident commander in the early days. I knew that he was the one I needed to contact if I had incident commander type conversations I needed to have. I knew he was the one to call. So it wasn't unclear to me at that stage. It changed as days moved forward. It became confusing because they changed incident commanders fairly quickly. But in the early days, if the period of time we're talking about, I knew that he was the person to contact.
Okay. Did it appear to you, I guess based on this incident that you just described or otherwise, that there was some confusion in the OPS about lines of authority and who needed to sign off on what, or who was in charge of PLT or the plan or whatever it is?
Yes, very much so. There was confusion amongst the PLT. They didn't know who they reported to. Obviously, the planners didn't know who they were supposed to report to. And there was confusion about who had authority to make decisions and move a plan forward.
Did you raise that within the OPP at all?
Yes. And that's kind of the job of a strategic commander. Again, I talked about situational awareness. it was important for me to let my command, including Deputy Commissioner and Commissioner Creek, be aware of what I was seeing and the concerns I was seeing, in the hopes that Commissioner Creek or Deputy Commissioner Harkins could have higher level conversations with Chief Slowly. So I had to make them aware of what was occurring, because in a way we had to protect our members. If we're going to bring more members into an event that was dysfunctional and dangerous, that's my job, is to protect our members. So I didn't want to do that either. So it was, and that really, I
Dysfunctional
was
is
the
the
eyes
key
and ears
word.
of the organization for that. Until Chief Pardy arrived, that was essentially my role. Situational awareness, reporting up to senior command, and deconflicting the issues that I saw with PLT and our planners, and just trying to navigate the logistical challenges that Ottawa Police when they required help on the street with traffic.
And when you talk about deconflicting issues, you're talking about sort of direct conversations with Deputy Chief Bell.
Yes, so I would hear from my members, either attached to the PLT team or attached to the planning team. They would express concerns to me, and then I would commit to them that I would reach out to Deputy Bell to see what we could do to try to resolve it.
I want to go to February 4th now, and there was a press conference, I believe, at which it was announced that all off-ramps from the 417 into Ottawa and the bridges into Ottawa were going to be shut down, closed essentially. Remember that press conference?
I do. In fact, I remember it was predicated with Chief Slowly saying that due to new intelligence, this is what he wanted to do.
Okay.
Yes.
On the intelligence piece, were you aware of any new intelligence?
No, that's why I was quite confused. I was in my command post watching the news, and I saw Chief Slowly and Deputy Bell on the TV announcing this, and it caused me great concern.
Everybody's learning everything
and
from watching the
were
TV.
you
This is a
aware,
terrible.
that this was
Do you
going to
hear
be
that,
announced, or
DC?
that this was
They're all
a new
hearing everything on the
proposal
TV.
or plan?
It was totally out of the blue, unprepared, unaware.
Okay, and why was it concerning, or why was this an issue for you?
The OPP was responsible for the 417 and all on-ramps and off-ramps. We had partnerships with the MTO. As you're aware, Ottawa has many on-ramps and off-ramps on the 417. I certainly also even if we had the members to do it, which we did not, I still question what that does. There's lots of ways to get into downtown Ottawa. You don't have to use the 417. So I had two issues. Number one, I currently did not have the capacity to do what I was hearing I wanted to be done in relation to OPP policed highways. And I also questioned the intelligence. So I guess three things. And I questioned, how would that help? Okay. So I reached out to Deputy Bell right away.
And how did that conversation go?
I texted him, I believe, to say, Steve, if this is true, we need to talk, because this is going to have huge logistical impacts on me and my organization. And you haven't talked timelines. Chief Slowly's almost talking immediately. It's never going to happen immediately. And then he called me shortly thereafter to say, no, Craig, we're not going to do this. And then I asked, what's this new intelligence? And he said, obviously there's no intelligence, Craig. You're the ones, the OPP, that are providing us the intelligence. There's certainly maybe CSIS or another intelligence network may have provided the information. That was my concern. But he indicated that there was no new intelligence and there was no plan to close ramps. And I reached out to my inspector, Inspector Ferguson at the NCRCC. She talked to her Ottawa Police Service inspectors, and they also had never heard of this plan and started to become upset because they were never even notified that this was a chief's idea.
Was closing off ramps or bridges something that the OPP had done as the convoy traversed Ontario?
We closed some off ramps on the initial arrival just to try to focus them to use ramps that were open. So we did that, and off and on throughout this whole event, we would do that. If we saw a large convoy wanting to come to Ottawa, we would open and close certain off ramps just to get them into the city in a cleaner fashion. And we would communicate with the convoy leaders to make that happen. So, and the bridges, I believe almost every bridge is within either the city of Ottawa. So the only time we ever did bridges was during the COVID lockdown when they had the provincial lockdowns. And we did bridges in OPP jurisdiction, but not in the city of Ottawa. But obviously predated this event.
And when you closed off ramps at some points, was that done at the request of OPS, or was that just done?
It was totally at the request of OPS. OPS was the police's jurisdiction. So we are essentially attached to their hip. What they wanted, if they wanted us to do it, we could only do what they wanted. We couldn't read their mind as to what their plan was because there was no plan. So we would essentially wait. They would phone us. They would say, can you close this ramp for this period of time for this reason? If we had the resources to do it, we would do it and then reopen the ramp.
Okay, so just help me understand that though, because my understanding is that the OPP are the police of jurisdiction for 400 series highways. And so that's why they were asking you to close ramps, because the OPS couldn't send cruisers to close an off ramp on a 400 series highway. Is that correct?
Correct. I apologize. I may have come out wrong. The Ottawa Police would have wanted us to close the ramp because of an operational issue they had. Okay. So they were reaching out to us to do it for their purpose.
Right.
As the OPP, we generally did not just close ramps just because we wanted to. It would have been at the request of Ottawa Police because they had an issue within the city and they needed our help on the ramp. Sorry, I wasn't clear in that.
No, that I just wanted to make sure it was clear for the commissioner's benefit.
Yes.
And so it had been done before, closing of ramps at the request of the OPS. In this case, it just caught you by surprise.
Oh yeah, just based on the sheer number. I mean, obviously, a ramp or two for collisions is normal, but to hear all ramps was concerning because that's a large number.
Okay. And your witness summary, and I won't take you there, but refers to a conversation with Deputy Chief Bell, what you characterize as a formal conversation with Deputy Chief Bell on the 4th. What can you tell us about that conversation?
That was about the unified command conversation?
Sorry?
That was about unified
Yes.
command? Okay, yes. Once again, that was triggered by my calls from my members on the ground, still concerned with not seeing a plan, a unified structure, no inability to integrate, no inability to have autonomy. So I wanted to express it to Deputy Bell in a more formal way to say, Deputy, this is what we're seeing, and we need to try, or you need to try, to come up with a more unified structure to make this work a bit better, much better. And Deputy Bell was very receptive to our conversations, understood the need, and stated that that's what their goal was, and they were trying to do that. It was difficult. Deputy Bell obviously is a senior officer to me. I don't want to be seen as trying to tell him what to do. I think he recognized it himself when we discussed it. But once again, as a role of strategic commander, that was my job. I had to protect my people. And when they were signaling to me they wanted help, it was my job to help them.
Okay. And during this conversation, did either Deputy Chief Bell ask for more resources, or did you offer more resources?
I don't recall that happening in that conversation. More resource requests happened continually throughout the event, but I just don't know if that happened in that conversation.
Okay. And so after the early days, the resource requests were not coming directly to you. Is that right?
Once the incident commanders were in place at the NCRCC, a lot of those requests would go to the incident commander, and then we would come to myself or my incident commander, and then we would do what we needed to do logistically in the province to try to get those officers to the city of Ottawa.
Okay. If we could pull up OPP 50556. This is an email that I think if we scroll down, I believe Inspector Yunin forwarded you and Superintendent Alakis an email. And if we go further down, this is an email which we saw in evidence this morning from former Chief Slowly to a number of members on his team at 6:30 in the morning of February 5th. Do you recall getting this forwarded email from Inspector Yunin?
I recall Inspector Yunin sending an email as it relates to, I think this is the period of time where it was an email where Chief Slowly was directing a lot of different things that he wanted to see happen. One of those things, Staff Sergeant Gauvin was woken up in the early hours. And the request was for OPP, Public Order Unit, to help clear this particular area. Staff Sergeant Gove handled it himself and put them off to saying like, no, this is not part of our framework. This is not how we operate, and was able to delay that operation. Okay. But it was part of a bigger email chain, I believe, on that day.
And if we could just scroll down to the general priorities list there, the number one is surge, contain, and enforce, which I think gets referred to as surge and contain. What did you have a view on sort of whether that was an appropriate strategy at the time, or whether there was a plan in place to affect that?
I certainly had concerns because there was no plan. These were ideas and concepts of what they wanted to happen. But if it didn't come with a plan, I certainly wasn't going to offer OPP support to just do that based on, a one-line email. I understand that was their goal, but there had to be a
again, folks, just working on this
cogent
charge
plan
sheet and this
for
graph
to
that I'm
happen, and
making of
up
this,
to this point, I
that
still
really
hadn't
does
seen it.
actually paint a picture of how things
We've been
went
allowed
down
to have
during the
OPP
protest.
participate in that.
And so that something we've heard, and we will hear from a number of witnesses, I think, is the idea that, as my colleague put it this morning, does the plan drive the numbers, or the numbers drive the plan? And so I think you're saying, the OPP isn't going to make more resources available without a plan that it can review. Is that accurate?
Yeah, you have to have a plan to do. It's backwards to do it just by numbers. You have to have a plan, and once you have a plan that your subject matter experts, your incident commanders, your MCICs all agree on, then okay, what human resources do we need to make this plan effective and successful?
Okay, and is that standard practice? Is that always the case, that you wouldn't be offering up OPP resources unless you knew exactly how the local police of jurisdiction planned to use them?
Every situation is different, but certainly my POU commanders are going to want to see an operational plan about what's the intent, what are you going to ask our people to do, how many of them do you need, and what is the expectation of them. Because they want to make sure it matches with our framework, it matches with our organizational values. So they want to be able to have answers to all those things before they ever say yes. So normally that involves seeing a plan.
Okay. But what about the view that, if you send them to Ottawa, at least they're there to be used when there is a plan. If there's a delay, if it's going to take you 2 or 3 or 4 days to get 500 OPP officers to Ottawa, then when you have a plan, you still have to wait 2 or 3 or 4 days.
It's not an appropriate use of our resources. We need to have an idea. What do you want to do with those 500? We'll get them going, but we have to have some idea. Currently, there is absolutely nothing that says what
Just
they'll
a lot
do.
of
Will they do
incompetence.
traffic control? Will they do QRT patrols? What do you have them do? I'm not going to bring 500 officers to Ottawa, literally fly them from Suluco all over the province, try to find somewhere for them to stay without having an understanding of what they're doing. And that goes for municipal police services too. They need to have an understanding of what their members are going to do. We're protecting our members. We're not going to send them several hours away and say, go to Ottawa. I really don't know what you're going to do. I really don't know how long you're going to be there. I don't know what to tell you to pack. Just show up there and we'll figure it out when we get there. That's just not how we operate.
Just show up and we'll figure it out.
And at this point, this is February 5th. Is Inspector Yunin and Staff Sergeant Gauvin, are they still embedded with the OPS planning group as of February 5th?
I believe they're still there trying. I don't know that they're sitting around the table working on it, because I feel that their frustrations had boiled over to the point where they just couldn't put pen to paper at that point.
Okay. And did you speak with the commissioner on February 5th?
I'd have to check my notes, but I know I had a couple of different calls directly with the commissioner to advise them of what I was seeing and what I've discussed. I just have to look to see the date.
Okay.
If you say that's the day, then
I believe you spoke with him perhaps twice that day, actually. But what concerns were you elevating to the commissioner?
Many of the things you've already heard, the disorganization, inability to have PLT get engaged in what needed to get done, concerns with the incident command structure within the Ottawa Police, and an uncertainty of what role they wanted us to play in supporting their operations, and was really looking for him to engage with Chief Slowly to have those conversations to say, in case you weren't aware, this is what's happening. What can we do to try to resolve it?
Okay. And do you understand that the commissioner did have those discussions with Chief Slowly?
Yep. I know from the one recollection, Commissioner Creek advised that he talked to Chief Slowly, and Chief Slowly told him, yes, PLT is an important part of our plan. We want to embed it in our plan. It's the way forward. And he indicated that he thought that that's what was occurring. And he felt that there was a productive conversation.
Okay. And just generally, sort of how often were you in contact in relaying your observations and concerns to Commissioner Carrick?
In the early days, maybe every third or fourth day, we would have a group call and update him on what was occurring. If things were stressing to the point around this period of time, things were getting more stressful. And basically my members, Inspector Baudin, and them were saying, we need to talk to the commissioner about this to let him know what's happening. Then I would ask for those calls to happen. But
okay. I want to ask you about the Coventry Road enforcement. So if you could just tell us what happened there as far as you understand it.
So the first I learned about it was I've received an invitation to join a Zoom call, video call with Chief Slowly and his command. And apparently he had heard that the OPP PLT team was leaving and he wanted to talk to me about it. I didn't know anything really about that until I got on the call. And then I heard the story, much like Deputy Chief Ferguson told this morning. Essentially, PLT had gone to the Coventry Road site to try to negotiate the removal of some gasoline, and Major Incident Commander Patterson was aware of this and chose to use it as an enforcement opportunity. And when the gas was being driven away, his members pulled the vehicles over, seized the gas, and charged the members. And that caused extreme stress amongst the PLT team, both Ottawa Police Service and OPP PLT members, to the point where the Ottawa Police PLT members just said, you folks should go home. We've lost. We've lost any goodwill we were able to reach with some of the convoy organizers or operators was now lost, because there's no way they could not have seen the connection between them trying to negotiate a removal of gas and then being arrested. It was too obvious. So there was much concern about that. But on this call, I learned that Staff Sergeant Ferguson, who was in charge of the Ottawa Police PLT, didn't know that that was Superintendent Patterson's plan all along. They hadn't communicated. It was a shock. It was as much of a shock to him as anybody else.
Okay. And I think you transcribed your recollection of the call in an email. So if we could pull up OPP 401532. If we can go down just to the top of your email. There we go. So the following is a summary of the OPS video call that Inspector Baudin asked me to participate in on his behalf this evening. So Inspector Baudin wasn't able to make it?
No.
Okay. The next paragraph, I can say that OPS Chief Slowly said numerous times that PLT needs to be embedded and engaged in operations and that it was mission critical.
They betrayed, the PLT teams felt like the other operational sides betrayed them, and they just said to each other, the OPS PLTs said to the OPP PLTs, just go home because we've lost here. Basically, the OPS decided to pull the gun too early.
I was having discussions with my own PLT members.
They had agreed to do something.
They had decided on
and
their
then
own
the enforcement side came in and swooped in and just destroyed any rapport that the PLTs had, and the OPP was just like,
the Ottawa Police
go
PLT
home.
program
I mean, the OPS said to the OPP, the PLT said to each other, just, we've lost.
And they
You know,
seem to
because they
be
didn't know
being
what was
used
going to
more
happen
as
and
an
they would be
intelligence
trained.
gathering capacity rather than trying to make concessions and figure out what exit plans are. There's more, hey, who's in this truck? Who are you? What are you doing here? And it didn't seem to be that measured approach that our PLT members are used to doing. Right? It was more hardtack. You're going to get arrested if you don't get out of here type thing.
The next paragraph mentions a Dr. Peter Collins who was on the line. Who is Dr. Collins and what role was he playing?
Sure. Dr. Collins is a forensic psychologist. He has worked with the OPP for many years, mainly in the tactical capacity, crisis and negotiator capacity. I've used him when I was in our homicide unit. If I was going to interrogate a person that was to have no mental health problems, I would speak to Dr. Collins to get his perspective on how best to approach a person that may be suffering whatever ailment they were suffering. But he mainly works with the crisis associator side of our organization. I understood at some point he was brought into this operation and he was made aware of this incident, and he wasn't on video. I think he was on the telephone. I didn't see his face anyways on the video call. And those were the comments he gave about the impact this was going to have on the program and on the members that are in the program.
The next paragraph, OPS command feels that there is a silver lining as the arrests were made away from the fuel depot, so there was not as strong a connection between PLT and the arrests. Did you share that silver lining assessment?
No, I mean, no. I have trained PLT investigators that are getting calls from their contacts in the convoy saying, we're not going to talk to you again. Like, this just happened. Why would we ever trust you again? So it was clear that as much as Superintendent Patterson may have hoped that there was a disconnection and then the members could make that connection was made right away.
If we go down to the next paragraph, they then had a long conversation about staffing, and again, Chief Slowly stated that PLT needed to be embedded in all they do. Chief Slowly expects all policing partners will engage in arrests for aiding and abetting the offense of mischief, and if they refuse, then he will call that police services senior management to ensure they do. Can you sort of describe for us what that captures there?
He was expecting all officers, regardless of who they work for, to effect mischief arrests for members who were believed to be carrying gasoline. That's what he was looking for.
Okay. Oh, is this just in relation to Coventry Road?
All of the
gas
OPP
issue, or is this a
testimony
larger
is
issue?
destroying the use of the
No,
Emergencies
it
Act
was the larger
and the
issue.
OPS itself.
But at
It's
this
a train
point,
wreck.
on February 6th, there's no large operational plan that's ready to be actioned, is there?
There's not.
Okay. And so when you've written down all policing partners, that includes the RCMP, the OPP, any other municipal agencies that were there participating?
When he says all policing partners, I got to believe he means all policing partners, and that's who was there.
Okay. If we go there, the next paragraph, I was not asked to speak on the call. At the end, I was asked to confirm the rumor that OPP PLT was leaving. I explained that it was in fact the OPS PLT members who suggested our PLT folks leave because the Coventry Road fuel arrests had made their jobs untenable, and there seemed to be no use trying any longer using PLT tactics since the trust was broken. So just to be clear, did OPP PLT leave or reduce the numbers in light of this?
We never left, no.
Okay. And then you go on to describe two major operational plans upcoming. And I wonder if you can just take us through 1 and 2 and what was being planned at that time.
Sure. And Chief Slowly was looking for action. What's happening? What are you doing, Superintendent Patterson? So he detailed number 1, he wanted to do a dynamic arrest and takedown at Rideau and Sussex. They planned to do that the following day, but because of lack of assets, they postponed it to possibly Wednesday. And they were going to have a call tomorrow at 9 o'clock. that myself and Superintendent Lacus were invited on. And I was advised that they will work through the top convoy organizers and influencers, and they will pick a few, and there will be planned arrests and extractions tomorrow of those persons. And they want a PLT engaged in that along with POU teams.
Okay. Did you have a view on either of these two operational plans?
I had a view on both, yes. I didn't agree with either for various reasons. I didn't see a plan for dynamic arrests that were supposed to happen within the next couple of days. There was nothing I could read that how they plan to use the POU, what time a day they plan to do it. I hadn't seen what intelligence or PLT work they'd done on the intersection, understand who was there. I had no understanding of how they plan to get rid of the trucks. There was just a total lack of information on that call anyway, so I couldn't support that. And then basically what she's describing in number 2 are snatch and grabs off the street, which we're normally not associated with. And again, he doesn't speak about time of day. And again, he speaks about involving PLT in them. How are PLT engaged in snatch and grabs? And it's from my experience, that's not what OPP PLT are involved in. So I certainly right away had concerns for both of those.
Sorry, when you say PLT, like the PLT would actually engage in the arrests?
That was the struggle. All I can see is he said they want PLT engaged. And what aspect or how was unknown. He didn't go into those details on the call.
Okay. And then I believe you spoke with Superintendent Patterson after the call. If you can just describe for us that second call with Superintendent Patterson.
Yes, I had heard, because I had heard that our POU unit had been engaged as part of this Coventry Road exercise. So I contacted Inspector Dave Springer to say, what are we doing there? And he said, we're just here to protect PLT. We're not engaged with the gasoline. We're just making sure nobody gets hurt. And in our conversation, I had understood that even some of the Ottawa police detectives were uncertain about their legal authorities to do what they were doing. Could they seize the trucks? Could they seize the gas? Could they lay the charges? So I wanted to talk further with Superintendent Patterson to say, where are you getting this authority? I'm assuming you've consulted the Crown Attorney. What has the Crown Attorney told you about this? What has the Crown Attorney told you about your authorities? Do you have a Crown opinion letter that I could have? Because until and if I see that letter, I'm not directing my OPP members to be engaged in this type of activity until I can be certain that the Crown Attorney supports it. Once again, my role as strategic commander is to protect my people from their physical safety, but also their civil liability. I don't want them involved in illegal arrests. It's a difficult thing to make the connection between gasoline and a criminal offense of mischief. So there may be a memo out there, which eventually there was, that the Crown Attorney was able to explain that these types of offenses, as long as you can articulate them correctly, can lead to charges. I had conversations with OPP Senior Command either the next day or 2 days later once I got the letter. And once they saw it and had conversations, I said, no, it's okay. OPP members can participate in this type of activity.
And mischief.
So then I had to work with my incident commanders to build a training package for my members to say, okay, here's your authorities. Here's how to approach it. Even down to the basics about what do you do with the seized gas? You just can't throw it in the trunk of your car, down to that level. But we had to create a system for our own members to understand and educate them.
But as of the evening of February 6th, that level of planning didn't exist for the OPP's POU, right?
Sorry, they're planning for the POU.
Like, the work that you did over the next 2 days to ascertain.
Guys,
that,
if you appreciate our coverage,
if
you want to
do with the gas,
do an e-transfer or
that work
anything,
hadn't
that'd be
been carried
greatly
out, but at the
appreciated. Or
time
if you
that you're
don't,
having
don't.
this
But
conversation
thank you
with
so much for the
Superintendent
consideration.
Patterson.
No, I'm just trying to gather information.
Yeah. If we could pull up OPP 401546, please. So this is an email that you sent, I believe, the following day after the call. If we could scroll down. You sent it to Deputy Harkins and Chief Superintendent Thomas.
Yes.
Deputy, I did not want to mention this on the call with the group, but feel it important for you to have this information. On my call with OPS Command last night, Chief slowly asked his people to send him their resource needs. They told him that they need 250 members a day to run things. Chief slowly told them that if they need 100, he will ask for 200. If they need 200, he will ask for 400. He seemed very comfortable asking for twice what he really needed. He looks at it that the other partner police agencies can't meet the ask number, then Ottawa may still get more than they really need. It was a very strange call to be a part of. Can you sort of tell us how that came about on the call and why you were relaying that information to Deputy Harkins and Chief Superintendent Thomas?
It came near the end of the call. I believe the chief had to leave. So it was one of those, okay, before I leave, this is what I want. So his direction to his members was, I need to know how many people we need to operate and
If
control
people
this
don't want to
event.
donate, they don't want to donate. It's,
And
that's
if
what
you
it is
tell
to
me, like,
donate. I'm going to ask every,
I'll
you know,
repeat to
hour or
email,
two or
but
three,
that's what
you
he's
know,
saying.
and if you don't, you don't.
And
It's
that
that
was his
easy.
rationale for saying it. I was surprised only because I thought he knows I'm on the call. He knows I'm here because he welcomed me on the call and we talked about PLT not leaving. So he knows I'm still here, but he's talking about basically doubling the ask he's going to ask from other police agencies in Ontario to support what's happening in Ottawa with no plan. There's no plan to plug these numbers into yet, but these are just random numbers. So I found that strange, and I felt it was important for my chief to be and commissioner to be aware of it, because I knew that higher level meetings were happening with chiefs around Ontario about how they could support Ottawa. And I thought it was important for them to have in the back of their mind about what occurred that night.
And did you say anything on the call with Chief Slowly and the other members of the OPS at the time?
No, he left the call rather abruptly. He basically said, "This is my direction," and then he left the call. And there was a bit of that awkward silence. Like, you could tell the other people knew that, like, Abrams is on this call, which was awkward. But we moved forward after that. There was no direct talk about this doubling of numbers. We never discussed it.
And again, going back to the
You're on camera, Daisy.
the issue of numbers
so you know.
driving the plan or plan driving numbers.
What are you thinking about all this proceeding
to your
so far?
knowledge, like, had you said it, or to your knowledge, had somebody else said
What do you
it?
think?
It's unbelievable. Well, for one, the incompetence on display, it seems, from the Ottawa Police Service, but also all the amount of bickering and infighting is crazy too.
And the PLT teams feeling like
Yes.
they were betrayed and that everything they had worked for was destroyed. And
Well,
the
they were
Ottawa
betrayed.
The Ottawa PLT is literally telling the OPP PLTs to just go home because it was useless.
Yeah, it sounds like they were betrayed by OPS.
Yeah, OPS had a secret plan to arrest the people they had negotiated with.
Exactly. They were not. OPS was not acting in good faith. Seems to me like the OPP was. Yes, elements
of
within.
OPS.
Yeah, well, they were.
PLTs were blindsided by it. And
it wasn't a mutiny.
They called it betrayed. They felt betrayed by it because it destroyed their work.
Same day that Chief Slowly publicly requested 1,800 officers.
I thought it was the 8th only because I thought, how could a team come up in under 24 hours when they were just told on the 7th to come up with a number, and all of a sudden the number is 1,800 the next day? How did they figure that out in under a day? So I may have my dates wrong, but I thought it was the 8th that the announcement came of the 1,800.
Okay. I believe it's the 7th, but in any event, did you, how did you view that number in light of this conversation?
I viewed it with suspicion.
Okay. And so around this time, the 8th and the 9th, former Chief Superintendent Pardy became involved in the events. Can you describe how he became involved and what his role was?
I was invited in a call on the morning of the 8th with the commissioner, Deputy Harkins was on the call, Superintendent McDonnell, and Chief Pardy. And the commissioner announced that there was going to be an integrated planning team that would attend Ottawa. He gave us a mission. Essentially, the mission was to help the Ottawa Police restore trust and confidence in their service. obviously help them with planning to get themselves out of the situation that's occurring in the city of Ottawa. Those were the essentially high-level expectations from this integrated planning team. Ottawa Police would still be the police of jurisdiction. This wasn't a situation where the OPP were coming to take over an incident. That experts would be drawn from other police services to come with Chief Pardy, subject matter experts in public order, major events, to help Ottawa Police come up with a plan to see this come to an end. I didn't hear where this idea came from. I assumed it was from higher level meetings that Commissioner Creek was a part of. But it was told to me because I was the lone senior officer on the ground up to that point that would be important to have beside Chief Pardy to inform him of what had been occurring, because he was the regional commander in North Bay. He didn't really have intimate details of what was happening in Ottawa. So that's why I was placed on the team with him, and then he was given direction to come to Ottawa.
And did you remain part of that team?
Only for a short period of time, I'd say 48 hours at the most. Once it was clear that larger plans were going to be put in place, and at that point, OPP was probably providing around 150 officers a day. We were kind of reaching our capacity in the command post we were in Canada. And it was expected that a much larger number would likely come once the integrated planning team got their work together, and they were under a tight timeline. Like, they wanted to have a plan within 48 hours if possible to get this done. My time was better spent rotating back to coordinating the logistical challenges of getting all those members into Ottawa. So I helped Chief Pardy out for the first couple of days. And once he was established with his subject matter experts, I rotated back to my role of overseeing a deployment of frontline officers to the city of Ottawa.
Okay. You just mentioned that at this point you're at about 150 officers a day, up from 30 a day maybe a week ago.
We basically went 30, 60, 120. And
I'm
then
still
obviously
working,
on
Chat,
weekends, we
on
always said surge
making
weekends because more people
those
would
arrest
come on the
numbers
weekend.
out. It's
So
taking
we
my
have
attention
to
away
have
from
more
this a
numbers
little
for
bit.
weekends. So we bump up to
Just gotta verify
156,
some math
160 on a
numbers.
weekend, and then back to 120 on a Monday or a Tuesday, just because there always was a surge of population on a weekend. We were around that number when Chief Pardy arrived.
Okay. But so these numbers had increased in the absence of any sort of concrete operational plan. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. And because there were traffic points, they were easy to articulate, and the reasons why they needed our people for help. They needed to restrict the flow of traffic into the downtown core, and the traffic points just continue to grow. And they're running out of Ottawa police officers to stick on those traffic points. So in a maintenance phase, you don't necessarily need a super detailed plan to help out on a maintenance phase. They're just essentially holding ground until a plan can be developed. So we were comfortable in deploying those members because I knew exactly what they were supposed to do, exactly what their role was, and I could articulate that to our members. So we felt safe and confident to bring them to town to do that.
Okay. And I understand you attended a couple of early integrated planning team meetings as I guess this transition was happening. What can you tell us about those meetings?
So the first meeting was the evening of February 8th around the 5 o'clock mark. Chief Pardy had a scribe with them, and normally my general rule of thumb is if there's a scribe in the room and they're taking notes, I won't take notes because they're religiously taking notes. So his scribe took the notes, and we received a presentation from Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson about our concept of operation. That single sheet we saw earlier this morning with the 7 points. Sorry. She displayed that to us and explained that to us. And then we had general discussions about how they felt about an integrated team, and does she think it has value, and just had those kind of discussions about what was happening and how this integrated team could help them move forward.
Okay. And what did you sense the reception of the integrated team was like on the OPS side?
Deputy Ferguson was very much in support of it. I think she explained Chief Soley was supposed to be on the call, but he had an emergent issue he had to deal with that night, so he wasn't able to be on the call. There was some technical issues being at our CMP headquarters. Not everybody who wanted to be on the call could be on the call at that time, but We gained very good ground. We had good conversations. We requested, Deputy Ferguson stated that they were just finishing up a larger concept of operational plan. It just wasn't quite ready yet. She indicated it'd be ready the next morning. So the plan was for her to come again and show us the more broader expanded plan the following morning on the 9th.
Okay. And did that happen?
No, Chief Pardy called me early in the morning to say that he'd heard from Acting Deputy Ferguson that it wasn't quite ready yet. They were just finishing it up and that they would prefer if we attended downtown Elgin Street around the lunch hour.
Okay. And can you describe that meeting for us?
Certainly. It was in a boardroom on the second floor at Ottawa Police Headquarters. Chief Slowly was present, the two deputies were present. A few inspectors, Superintendent Patterson was present. Council Huno, I apologize if I don't pronounce her name correctly, she was present. And it was myself, Chief Pardy, Inspector from York Regional Police. Tim's his first name, I apologize, I can't think of his last name. Superintendent from the RCMP, Phil Liu, and Staff Sergeant Darwin Tetro. And we all sat in one line on one table. Chief Slowly sat at the head of the table, flanked by his deputies. They spoke kind of acting Deputy Chief Ferguson gave a presentation on the expanded concept of operations and what that looked like. After that presentation, Chief Slowly turned to me directly, which I was surprised because I just happened to be the first OPP in the line. Chief Pardy was next to me on my right. And in a clearly unhappy fashion expressed his unhappiness with the fact that the Solicitor General reported there was 1,500 OPP officers in his city when clearly there was not. And he was quite upset about that. I explained to him that I was the one who provided numbers. On the 2nd of February, I was asked by the Solicitor's office to provide a document to show how many OPP members were in the city of Ottawa. Clearly, there was more than just frontline officers. We had public order officers, we had intelligence officers, we had PLT members, we had logistical officers, traffic members. So my team created a chart, daily chart from the beginning to that period, 2nd of February, with rows and columns delineating POU and traffic, and then a total for each day, and then a total cumulative. I want to say the cumulative total at that point was 826, could be 862. It was around that number. And I stated that each day moving forward was going to average about 125 a day. And I submitted that to my chief superintendent. I never saw the numbers again. So I explained to Chief Slowly that I didn't explain to Chief Slowly in that detail. I just said, I'm the one who submitted the numbers. In my opinion, I think that a SolGen media staffer just maybe crafted a bad sentence. The intent was not to say there was 1,500 literally that day. The intent was to say it was cumulative. Chief Slowly again became upset and basically said, don't explain the politics of the SolGen's office to me. I know that was done intentionally. And I just said, I can't speak to that. I just provided the numbers and we moved on.
Okay. And was there a discussion about Rideau and Sussex at this
So
meeting
much
as well?
Rideau and
There was.
Sussex,
So
Rideau
we
and Sussex.
provided, I want to say it was a 3-page document by Superintendent Patterson that detailed kind of his daily plan. It was weekly, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday, and what they planned to do. They were dynamic actions primarily, and one of them was supposed to happen that evening at 11 o'clock. So he detailed that and basically just kind of left it there to say, as if for us to say, okay. So sensing no one else in the room was speaking, I started to ask some direct questions to Superintendent Patterson to say, what are you going to do with the trucks? What's your plan with the trucks? He had 2 plans with the trucks. One plan was to use retired Ottawa police members to drive them out of there. He indicated they'd been there for quite a period of time. Many of them had been chained and altered to kind of make it difficult to tow them. I'm not a diesel mechanic, but you probably need mechanic skills to get them started again. And he indicated, well, if that didn't work, I'd use the Canadian Armed Forces tow trucks to tow them. And I said, have you asked for an aid to the civil power from the federal government? And Superintendent Patterson indicated that he didn't require that. That wasn't necessary. So then I asked, because I knew through those weeks, that week, I was getting regular phone calls from my PLT, as I've described, about their frustrations of not being able to get engaged, no autonomy, no connection. I asked, has PLT be engaged in this plan, this takedown plan? And Superintendent Patterson said they had. I knew they hadn't. So that concerned me. So I told them directly, I said, I'm not a public order unit commander, but based on what I'm seeing, what I've just heard, you will never see OPP support for any operation tonight or tomorrow based on what I'm reading. And literally, it's 2 lines on a page to take down a whole intersection. There's no idea of, no indication anyway at that meeting. Is there children in the car? How many people are in each truck? That wasn't told to us at that meeting. It was essentially, they were looking for us to agree. And I wasn't comfortable. I had to ask the questions because it was dangerous for my members. That's what I'm being paid to do, protect our members and our organization. And it was at nighttime. Only in emergent extreme situations would we ever do public order exercise in the dark. We don't operate in the dark. It's too dangerous for our members, it's too dangerous for the public.
Only in extreme and emergency situations would we do that in the dark. And he didn't want to do it now. So it was not an emergency situation then.
At the end of the meeting.
Then we transitioned, then Chief Pardy and RCMP members then piped in to basically say to Chief Slowly, maybe you should pump the brakes and slow down a bit and allow, this is Darwin Tetro talking now, allow, he had coordination for a public order unit in the RCMP. I can get you bodies here to Ottawa, but it's going to take some time. Give me a week. We can get you 400 people here. And that really seemed to trigger Chief Slowly. Became very passionate, a raised voice again, and basically said that the head of the Hydra is in Ottawa, and we needed to cut the head of the Hydra off in Ottawa. Sorry, I'll back up quickly. We also talked about the impacts around the country, that this isn't just an isolated incident. We have Coots, Alberta, we have Ambassador Bridge. There's more events that happen. And I think Superintendent Morris called it the rubber band effect or elastic effect. One event that happened in one part of the country has immediate effect on another. When we tried to bring that to his attention, he didn't want to hear that.
He just didn't understand.
His focus was on his city, which he's the chief of the city. I can't say I blame him. But he was very passionate about, he didn't like to hear that. He didn't like to hear about a delay, and essentially said, I want you to promise me that you will get 400 RCMP or POU members here, or I will go to the minister. He never named the minister by name. He just said the minister.
Did you speak privately with any OPS members after that meeting about this, the Rideau and Sussex plan in particular?
Immediately after the meeting, Chief Slowly left the room rather quickly, and Acting Deputy Ferguson, she was seated to my left. She grabbed my elbow and she just pulled me to the side, and she thanked me for asking the questions I asked, because they were almost the same or very similar questions that she had been asking all along and was not able to get answers for. And then a day later, I received a text message from Deputy Bell saying that he appreciated my direct questions and felt it helped move the issue along.
Okay. And then just very briefly, what was your role after this? This was the last of your sort of involvement in the integrated planning team. Is that correct?
Essentially, I returned to the headquarters after that meeting. We debriefed the meeting and we talked about how dangerous what we just heard was, how we could never support what we heard, and how there was a need to start an integrated plan. But I'm not a public order SME, so my role was to get back and deal with the hundreds of OPP officers that I had to deploy onto the street, non-POU frontline members. Chief Pardy had the SMEs he needed, and my job was to basically make what he needed from his plan from a frontline perspective happen. So I moved to our command post and allowed him and his planning team to do the work they needed to do.
Okay. You talked just a minute ago about sort of events around the country, and so I want to ask you a little bit about Windsor. You had a few discussions with Superintendent Dana Early there. Is that correct?
I don't recall speaking to Dana directly, no.
Okay. You don't recall having conversations with her?
No.
Okay.
I recall sending messages of support to another MCIC, Inspector Needham, just about the good work they were doing in the Ambassador Bridge. I don't recall ever having direct conversations with Superintendent Early.
Okay, well, I'm.
So here's a number for you, chat.
Superintendent Early has recorded that in her notes, so perhaps we'll pull those up
Sure.
and see if that helps you.
Just get it up
If I
here.
could get OPP 404543.
Of the 533 charges laid during the Freedom Convoy,
And
466 of them were laid during the
it's
period of the
February
Emergencies
10th.
Act.
I don't
The
have
vast
page number
majority of
off the screen
charges were
now.
laid
Apologize.
during the Emergencies Act. Between
Page
February 14th
33,
and 23rd,
sorry.
I believe. I have the citation for that.
Oh, it may
It's
be.
an interesting fact for you, chat.
OPP 404543. It's February 10th. I'm looking at 1021 on February 10th. So there we are. I guess probably on the next page, 2 pages. She takes quite detailed notes.
Apparently better than myself.
Okay, there we are. Call from Craig Abrams to confirm resources. And so I guess we're now 1021 on February 10th. I don't know if that helps situate you, helps you recall whether you had a call with her.
In my original notes on page 52 on the 10th of February, I just have her name Dana with a slash. I don't have any information. So clearly we did connect at some point, but I wasn't able to detail what we discussed.
And so she records the call. So call from Craig Abrams to confirm resources. Ottawa has been sending resource sheets to EOC. Advised Abrams, Windsor is priority according to deputy. Do you recall Superintendent Early telling you that?
I can't say that I do.
Okay.
I'm not saying she didn't. I just can't recall.
If we go further down at 1028, I think you're sort of giving her some advice. Abrams advised, 10-28, advised Abrams, Windsor has told us this is now ours. Do you remember hearing that from Superintendent Early at all?
I don't know if I heard it from
This
from
is going to have
Dana,
to be
but I
later than
knew
7
that there had
o'clock
been
at
an
this point
agreement
with
that
all the
OPP
cross
was
coming.
going to take over the operations in Windsor. I just can't say that I heard that from Dana.
And then the second entry of 1028, Abrams advised that's easier. Ottawa doesn't like PLT nightmare. This will allow you to make your own plan. Ottawa is just trucks on side streets, not affecting livelihoods. Is she recording what you're saying to her at that point?
Whew.
I gotta assume so. It seems pretty detailed. I recall because the comment about making things easier.
Did I hear that
making
right?
things a lot easier.
Ottawa
We
is just trucks
were
on
kinda
streets, not
upset
affecting
the Ottawa
livelihoods.
Police. We could only move forward as fast as they were willing to move forward as the police jurisdiction.
Not affecting livelihood.
If she was now in a situation in Windsor,
Windsor
where
was
It's just trucks
Windsor,
on streets.
essentially control the event, it
That's big.
made her job a lot easier to be able to just move forward without having to work with the police jurisdiction directly.
Okay, and I want to ask you about the Ottawa is just trucks on side streets, not affecting livelihoods. Is that a view that you held or that you had heard sort of espoused within the OPP?
Yeah, it's not a view I held because I was on the street. I visited my members on the street and I talked to my members and I talked to store owners who described being accosted because they're wearing masks and the difficulties they were having in their businesses. So I knew that there was impacts on businesses. Whether I had those meetings with business owners after this conversation or before, I can't recall for sure. but it's not a position I espoused because there was clearly effect on the residents in that area. I think I may have been commenting more because I talked to other members about this. If you drove the 417 through Ottawa or you used any streets south of the 417, you'd never know what was happening in Ottawa. Ottawa seemed to be functioning as per normal outside of that core area. So I may have been reflecting on my experience driving around the city of Ottawa, kind of unimpeded with, you know, no real traffic problems generally.
No effect. That's also very big.
But clearly, lots of
This whole
effects and
thing,
impacts
this whole thing is
in
falling
the
apart like a
town.
house of cards. This
Yeah,
whole
yeah. The
thing is a
narrative,
stack of
it's
lies.
not collapsing. It's completely
Backing up one
collapsed.
more step.
It's gone.
You're
It's
not
gone.
aware
It's a house of
of,
lies, a house of
um,
cards, and we're only on
the
day 6.
OPP
It's a
having
clown show,
prioritized
folks.
sending resources to
Yeah.
Windsor over Ottawa.
So
Big
who
time.
wrote those notes if
because
it wasn't him?
economic reasons.
I never had conversations about
He said there was a
burdens.
scribe
It was more about,
at one point.
we have this many members tied up in Windsor, so we can only send you this many.
Yeah,
It
definitely
wasn't about,
backtracking. But
Yeah.
there's
making
nothing
Windsor a
here that
priority over
justifies the
Ottawa.
use of the
That was
Emergencies
our
Act.
communication.
Well,
And
well,
there's not
no,
going to
exactly.
be.
And
There's
it was
nothing.
just
We
a
can
few
call
minutes
it
ago,
now.
John, and a few minutes
ask
ago
you
in
the last,
testimony where he said
series of
it was
questions
too
about
dangerous to go in at
the
night
Emergencies
for that
Act
kind of
communication.
arrest action, and that only an
I
emergency
understand,
would necessitate taking such a risk. He was unwilling to take that
you
risk.
learned on February 17th about the creation of the red
Yeah.
zone in Ottawa.
Like, so that would mean it's not an emergency. Like, it wasn't a serious enough emergency to be willing to take the risk. That's no small
Is
statement.
it your understanding that that was only made possible by the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
It was my understanding through reading Twitter accounts and media releases that Ottawa Police had indicated to the public that the red zone was created as a result of the Emergency Act, that the restriction of movement, the subsequent stoppage of vehicles to determine if they had lawful authority to be in that controlled area that they described was based on authorities obtained under the Emergency Act. Yes.
Okay. And did you have experience and had you advised officers that there were existing authorities or you had done it previously without the Emergencies Act?
We had talked prior, because prior to this date on the 17th, our members were doing traffic enforcement, but more in an observation capacity, looking for criminality that may be obvious or vehicles that may look like they want to block a roadway. So we had a formal education package. The EMCPA was in authority at that period of time, so we educated them on the provincial EMCPA Act that gave them some authorities, and we educated them on their normal Highway Traffic Act authorities, their normal Criminal Code authorities, about their ability to stop traffic, determine what they're doing, and the ability to turn them around or make arrests if they feel they have the reasonable grounds to do so. I did a lot of the briefings with the members to explain their authorities, and I tried to explain it in as simple terms as I could to say, you're all police officers, you all understand your authorities to make arrest, you all have, you understand the concept of discretion, and these authorities are available to you here just like they are back at your home detachments. Nothing has changed. So this is prior to the 17th. So they knew they had those abilities. If they saw something, they could act. They didn't need the Emergency Act to do it. But then when the Emergency Act was invoked.
Did you hear that?
They didn't know the.
If they saw something, they could act. If they saw something, they could act. They didn't need the Emergencies Act to do it.
Boundaries and certain street boundaries and entry into those boundaries. And that
John, unbelievable.
Of the public entering that area had to have 3 or 4 different excuses, either a lawful purpose, a business owner, going to a hotel. So there was 3 or 4 different areas that they were allowed to. So my officers were then expected to essentially do that. So
this
it
is
turned
over,
from
Chad.
Mic drop.
Observing
this
traffic.
is over. We already knew. There's a
So once the
coffin.
act
There's
was
a nail.
invoked, I went
When is
downtown to see
so? Let's move to the
what our members
reasonable
were dealing
question.
with.
When is
I mean, it
Trudeau
was
going
essentially
to
a 14,
resign?
15-hour ride program.
When is Trudeau going to resign?
in horrible weather,
Hashtag Trudeau must
standing on the
go.
roadside, checking vehicles.
Hi,
going
this
through
is,
the
I don't
list.
see how this is
Where are you
recoverable.
going? What are you doing?
It's
Why
not.
are you traveling?
It's
here? Do you have a
not.
reason to go here.
It's not
And
in a
then turning around
democracy. I'll tell
vehicles
you
that
that.
we
It's
need
not
to
in a
turn
democracy
around.
recoverable.
Yeah,
And
you're right.
the government revoked the Emergencies Act on February 23rd. And you were asked by your members,
When is
what can
Trudeau
we
resigning?
continue to do? What did you tell them?
Right. So it wasn't necessarily an ask. So I was sitting in the command post. I saw our prime minister on the television revoke the act. And I looked on my watch and I knew I was less than an hour away from briefing 300 close to officers that were going to go on the street that night. And I knew they're going to want to know what can we do, boss? Essentially, they could see the TV as well as I could. So I had to really consider what are our lawful authorities to do what we're doing minus the act, Emergencies Act. So I looked at what we were doing prior. I looked at our common law authorities
This is
to
over.
stop vehicles.
There's a nail in
It was a very
Trudeau.
restricted area. We'd literally just cleared the streets almost less than 24 hours before. How could we ever just turn the streets back over again that we just secured less than 24 hours? We've got to have a presence and still maintain some presence of restriction in some capacity. So I tried to call Chief Pardy. He was my kind of commander, and just to run it by him to make sure I was on the right track. Unfortunately, he was tied up. I think that announcement caught everybody by surprise, so the phones were ringing. So I appeared before them, and that's essentially what I explained to them. I said, use your discretion, but we're going to continue to stop vehicles until and at such time as I'm told that the lawful authorities, doesn't exist anymore. The emergency has passed. And at the end of the day, the next morning, that's what had happened. Meetings were held and it was agreed.
It's
There was
not.
no intelligence to indicate that
It
combat
does. You're
participants
right.
were
The
gonna
judge
return.
says that, but
Therefore,
the reason they opened
we
with that,
based our
guys,
authorities
chat,
on
realize something right now.
didn't exist.
The commission opened with that statement of non-determination is because they knew that this was that Trudeau was going to have his goose and the gander cooked right here. And you've seen it right here, chat. You've seen it right here. Hashtag Trudeau must go on all of your social media. Trudeau must go on all your social media. We're on day 6 of the Emergencies Act inquiry here in Ottawa, and the government's case is non-existent. Chat, the House of Cards isn't crumbling. It's gone. It's a pile of debris and dust.
Maybe that was accurate.
What do you think?
Oh, man.
I don't know what to say about that. I'm getting mass reported. Chat, if you want to do me a favor and you don't have any money, something you could do is go, if you're on Twitter, if you want to go on twitter.com/Patriot Smoothie and like some of those tweets and such. So that's twitter.com/Patriot Smoothie. That's really something that you could do that would help us reach more people with this information in a quick and disseminating fashion. You can go and do that right now. If you can go follow and like some stuff on there, that'd be really appreciated. There's quite a few hundred of you in here right now. Thank you very much. Let's get back to that commission.
From an OPP perspective or an Ottawa Police perspective?
From your perspective as somebody who observed him coming into the city.
I thought the OPP role on the initial convoy arrival in Ottawa went very smoothly. We had minor issues in our smaller communities with members not obeying the mask mandates. We had some restaurants who just choose to ignore the mandates altogether, but
good for them.
overall, we had
Good
no
for them.
assaults, we had no criminality. Wasn't aware of any charges being laid.
No
They said what they
criminality.
would do. They kept to one lane. They entered the city of Ottawa in an orderly fashion. We had minor issues with supporters on the roadside on the 417 getting kind of dangerously close to the side of the highway, which was a concern, but that wasn't convoy. The convoy participants couldn't control that. They did what they said they would do. They didn't damage any highways. They didn't cause any criminality. So from that perspective, it was
They didn't cause any criminality.
City of Ottawa.
A success, getting them into the city of Ottawa.
That was our mission.
Oh, the
That was our
OPP
goal for
testimony
that period
has
of time.
destroyed the government.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe this.
You think Global News is going to report on any of this?
Without assaults or
I don't know, man, but I can't believe what I'm hearing.
Public.
Well, I can because it's true, but
in all those areas.
And I guess the reverse side of that question is, what would you say to the suggestion that this could have been avoided if the OPP had more actively inserted itself or actively offered.
Oh, yeah, blame the
support.
OPP.
Maybe no strings attached. Maybe here's people, show us the plan later. That might have avoided the situation.
I'm not a subject matter expert in public order. I'm not a subject matter expert in critical incident command or MCIC. If you're asking me for my opinion, I'll give it to you, but I'm not a highly trained public order manager. But certainly, if you could go by the intelligence and do an intelligence-led assessment of what was coming to your city, I think there was ways to block streets. I don't think you could ever stop them coming to the city at all. That was a foregone conclusion. They were coming to Ottawa. It would have been a matter of how can we lessen the impact to our city? Can we divert them to other areas of the city that have less impact? Can we divert them somewhere and then they go and they protest on foot as opposed to protesting in what is essentially a mobile house? Once it's in one place, it's hard to move. Monday morning quarterbacking is an easy thing. I don't like to do that. But you asked me a question.
Those houses were attacked and smashed, and people were dragged out of those houses
like Toronto
in the streets of Ottawa.
Admitted that they learned from the lessons of Ottawa, and that's why they blocked roads and were able to clear the Queen's Park area the way they did so effectively. So hindsight is always 20/20. So that's my humble submission, but I'm not naive enough to know that that is clearly with hindsight and knowledge that I would never had at the beginning.
Thank you, Superintendent. Those are my questions.
Oh, man.
Thank you, Superintendent.
And now the commissioner's going to jump in to do damage control.
Yes, let's listen. Let's listen.
And the bad news is we want you back tomorrow.
Certainly.
So we're going to adjourn
Oh.
until 9:30.
They need to
tomorrow
plan for
morning.
tomorrow.
And,
They need to plan. They need
Yeah.
to plan. It's
Damage
too
control.
damaging.
Damage
It's too
control.
damaging.
Damage control.
It's too damaging.
Holy
Chat.
crap.
Please follow us. Oh my God. Follow us on
Rise from
Facebook.com/Patriot Smoothie,
The commission is
Twitter.com/Patriot
adjourned. That
Smoothie, YouTube.com/wait. We don't have a custom link on that yet. Follow.
Coming
If
soon.
If you enjoyed today's chat, guys, we're also publishing some expanded, some insights into those data that all the MSM. I'm not talking about particular small people. I'm talking about MSM sources who are obsessing with this screenshot of the charge sheets that dropped today from the Ottawa Police Service, who are obsessing about that. Man, that was damning. It was so bad. They're just like, let's call the commission.
Yeah, we got to call it for today.
The commissioner was like, the government leaders need more time. The government lawyers need more time. That guy with the hair like this needs to get 6 combs going. We're gonna see him tomorrow, guys. His hair's gonna be like one of those dolls. You know those what do they call the troll dolls? There, it's gonna be bad.
Yeah.
It's gonna be bad tomorrow when he comes in.
Maybe they'll get him all in line. He'll come in with a crew cut or something.
Oh man, POC lawyers are panicking. They need how do they respond to any of that with the OPP saying that if they saw something they could act. At the OPP, he basically said if the OPP saw any criminality, they can react to it. They didn't need the Emergencies Act to do that. A nail in the coffin for the Trudeau government.
Huge moment.
Listen, if we lived in a free and open democracy with a responsible leader who didn't triple, quadruple, and double down every single day of his life, this guy would be announcing his resignation. He would have resigned during or following the Freedom Convoy. Justin Trudeau must resign. He has to resign. There's no.
I don't see how he can. How does he double down on this?
He cannot lead this country after doing what he had done. With this devastating, no justification for using what is unequivocally martial law in Canada on the people of Canada. The Prime Minister, his resignation should be tendered to the Governor General, and I'm not exaggerating. His resignation should be tendered to the Governor General within the hour.
Hashtag Trudeau must go.
His resignation should be on the desk of Mary Simon. His resignation should be on Mary Simon's desk at this moment. If we lived in a government, if our Prime Minister was accountable and had integrity, of course, if that was the case, we wouldn't be where we are. His resignation would be on the Governor General's desk inside of the hour. His resignation would be tendered right now. So they have adjourned the commission instead of going to 7. The Government of Canada lawyers, how are they going to respond to that? The OPS lawyers How are they going to respond to that? The OPS was accused of incompetence, of malice, of betrayal of their own PLT officers, of the OPP's PLT officers and expertise, of incompetence in their planning, incompetence in their requests. I don't see how they recover from this, chat. I really don't. Daisy, you've crashed.
On my back.
I don't see how they recover this, guys. If you appreciate today's coverage, please consider sending an e-transfer to that email address, daisymedia@gmail.com. You can also send stars to our Facebook Live here. And if you can't afford or you're not willing to send money, it's a generous thing. Thank you for all who send $1 even. That's just such an appreciated thing. If you don't want to send an e-transfer or something, by the way, if you don't like that, you can also go to buymeacoffee.com/Patriot Smoothie. Like I said, the Prime Minister's resignation should be on Mary Simon's desk within the hour. It should be tendered, and he should be resigning.
I can't believe he doesn't have one drafted and ready. Honestly,
he should
after
be
everything that's
resigning.
happened.
He should be resigning today. The case for the Emergencies Act was destroyed days ago, chat. In fact, there was never really a case for it. But after the testimony of these two OPP superintendents, Superintendent today was Abrams, and then yesterday was Superintendent Morris. After the testimony of these two high senior officers in the OPP, saying that they were acting on criminality, that if they saw something, they would do something, and specifically with Abrams saying that they didn't need the Emergencies Act to act on criminality and to enforce the law. This is the government didn't have a case, but it's over now for them. Trudeau should resign inside of this hour. Trudeau should tender his resignation immediately to the Governor.
We all know he won't.
Yeah, but Mary Simon is the Governor General of Canada, so that's who the resignation would be tendered to, and it should be immediately tendered in the middle of this revelation.
I can only imagine what would happen if this guy gets as far, like when he gets to the testimony, to his testimony.
Thank you so much, Eagle, for that.
Unbelievable.
I really appreciate the sending there. It's so kind of you to dip into your funds and to do that. Your e-transfer requires a security question. I'm not sure how that would work. Auto deposit should be enabled.
Yeah, it is.
Should be enabled, but you could reach out to Daisy Chris on Facebook and work that out if you want to. He should. There should be a resignation immediately.
So that's the OPP. 2 days of OPP just obliterating the narrative here. We had intelligence. I forget his exact title there, but top intelligence
director of the provincial. He's the OPP superintendent director of POI, Provincial Operations Intelligence Bureau.
Intelligence. So the top intelligence. Yes, and his testimony yesterday. No criminality. No credible threats. No credible threats. Today we have OPP again saying that if they could act, if they don't need the Emergency Act to act. So if the OPP officers here saw something that needed to be acted on, they don't need an Emergency Act to do that. They are within their power to do that without the act. So those are two huge bombs. They were talking a lot about Rideau and Sussex again today. That corner, they seem to be trying to build a case that that corner of Rideau and Sussex is a particular issue and making a connection to the Quebec group Farfada. But they're grasping at straws. So we had again today then saying that they did not think that it was worth the risk to go in there and execute arrests at night. It would require one heck of an emergency situation, and this didn't rise to that level. It wasn't worth the risk at all. So that was the OPP position there. They didn't think it was worth the risk to go in and effect arrests. Yeah, wild
There's no way
stuff.
to come back from this.
I don't see how.
Back from this. There's no coming back from this.
That's only a couple of the bombs today too. I mean, there was a lot more. We've been at this for a while, and I was out, so I'm not taking the notes as good as you are, obviously. But those are just a few huge revelations. I mean, those in just on their own are, like you say, Trudeau needs to resign. Yeah, I don't. They can recess and end early today, and bring him back tomorrow. But that's not going to give them time to damage control. You can't damage control this.
It's too late, chat. It's too late. Yeah. This is all sworn testimony, guys. This isn't bar chat. This is sworn testimony. So either,
When we
either the
have
government
sworn
comes out,
sorry.
so either the government comes out and says the OPP is lying, and then our entire country is ripped, is literally just
Yeah, maybe.
in bureaucratic, or they're telling the truth and our government needs to resign.
Yes, so I mean, and there are major issues in Ottawa Police Service that seem like they're going to have to be addressed here too.
Yeah,
Ottawa Police Service is I know.
Wow.
Yeah, it's systemic. That's not that scary word, but in this case, it is clearly a major systemic issue in leadership at Ottawa Police Service.
I'm blown away by that. No assaults, no criminality in the jurisdictions outside of Ottawa, and during during the Freedom Convoy, protesters were doing what they said they were going to do. If we saw something we could act, we didn't. I mean, when is Trudeau resigning?
That's unbelievable. Just how many, that's 1 or 2 sentences there. So damning.
Of the 533 charges laid during the Freedom Convoy in Ottawa, 466, 87% of them were laid during the Emergencies Act. Were laid during the period of the Emergencies Act. 87% of the
they were
charges
dancing around that today.
were laid between February 14th and February 23rd because Brendan Miller asked Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson how many people were arrested before the invocation of the Emergencies Act. I'm sorry, I can't recall a specific number. I'm sorry that escapes me. I'm not familiar with it. And then, of course, next she's talking to Paul Champ and everyone else, and she's got all the exact details of what she had for breakfast 16, on the 16th of January.
She can speak to some things very well.
Exaggerated, but the blur, the temporary memory there was coming and going. Man, the OPS looks bad, and Justin Trudeau looks worse. Justin Trudeau needs to resign. He needs to tender his resignation to Mary Simon immediately. It needs to happen. It needs to happen. He needs to resign. The country, we cannot continue under his leadership. He cannot continue to hold the office of Prime Minister in this circumstance. He needs to resign.
Yeah. It would be a complete farce.
Man. He needs to be the bigger man and step down. This isn't SNC Lavalin or the Con as bad as that.
And what credibility does he have now to step up and lecture other governments, other people, us? He's an embarrassment in the media every day. Yes, on every stage. He's an embarrassment, period. And
Liberals want the House Speaker to investigate hidden tags on Poilievre's YouTube account. I want the police to investigate Justin Trudeau's illegal use of martial law in Canada to suspend people's rights to protest. A protest, chat. What is our saying? What is our saying, Daisy?
A protest is a protest is a protest. A protest is a protest is a protest.
Nothing in the Charter or the Canadian Bill of Rights has a time limit on protesting. It doesn't say, after 12 hours, it's not a protest, it's an event. After 24 hours, it's not a protest, it's an
then it becomes an occupation, then a siege.
The legal definition of what they were doing.
That's when the fortresses come.
And they're in the fortress, and that's when the OPS
also, we heard today.
The insurrections.
Yes, insurrections at OPS. Breaking news. Insurrections inside OPS. From OPS. And broken to us by OPP. Wonderful.
It's amazing. It's amazing. So
you couldn't write this stuff if you were trying. You could not write this shit if you were trying. Pardon my French.
It's unbelievable. So again, guys, if you want to support us, you can send stars for today's broadcast. It's been a long one. It's been a long week. We've learned so much. You can also call. We're not going to do a call in today. I'm a little.
No.
Not today. But we will do a call in. I'm hoping tomorrow. So again, if you want to support us, you can send stars, or you can send money to the e-transfer dacmedia@gmail.com. It should be auto deposit enabled. And again,
it was, I believe. Yeah.
You can also, if that's not working out for you, you're not comfortable with that, I think there's more anonymity in the option. If you go to buymeacoffee.com/patriotsmoothie, those are in $5 increments, or you could just, and if you don't feel comfortable doing that, I would appreciate if you followed me on twitter.com/patriotsmoothie. We are breaking, during this whole proceedings, I am live tweeting on there some of the bigger things that are found. Especially the stuff that we just heard. I'm live tweeting that. I'm sharing.
And you are doing one heck of a good job, my friend.
I'm sharing the statistics on the crimes that came out that I'm breaking down from the crime. So the basically during the acting deputy chief Ferguson's statements or testimony, There was a screenshot in the back with all the charges from the Freedom Convoy, and of course, people have gone crazy with that. So I have just been breaking it down. I've been breaking it down by assault. I've broken it down by assault. I've broken it down by the Emergencies Act period, which is from 14th of February to the 23rd of February. However, the dates on the charge sheet go from the 21st and then jump to the 25th. So I end that category at the 21st. And then I broke it down by the police action dates. The large police action began on February 18th and 19th, but it kind of trickled onto the 20th and the 21st, which had way more. The 20th and the 20th of February and the 21st of February had like way more charges than the 25th of February, which is the next date on the graph, or the 17th of February, which is the preceding day on the graph. And then and I broke it down. You can see all the summaries on my Twitter. You go up twitter.com. Sorry, if you go to patriotsmoothie.com, twitter.com/patriotsmoothie, you can see it all there. You there, Daisy?
Yes, I'm here. I was letting you get your spiel out, and I was distracted by some flashing lights.
Yeah, they're coming for you. They're coming for you. You're spreading the truth.
Exactly. I saw them coming way before they showed up on the camera. But so in the chat here, someone is asking, did the OPP? Oh, could the OPP have you, or Ottawa Police perhaps? I mean, have used the Army to remove the trucks? So there's talk. They were talking about using Army tow trucks.
They were going crazy.
I don't know if that's even allowed.
Did you hear what the OPP said? He said that the OPS commander he's talking about, he's describing like a man lost in a rage, lost in a bunker fever. He's like, we're going in, we're going to arrest these people, and he literally testified that the OPS plan to arrest all the people at Rideau and Sussex was two. What did he say? 2 words or 2 lines on a paper, and he said, I'm not comfortable with that. That's the risk.
He said it was too dangerous. It would necessitate a real emergency situation to take such a risk.
And the OPS plan was 2 words or 2 sentences on a piece of
paper. No plan whatsoever.
He said that's not acceptable, and then he had other contentions with it. So
that seemed to be a common theme with OPS and the testimony, that there seems to be a severe lack of planning or any type of proper execution of anything, really.
So if you're not following the page, guys, feel free to follow us here, Patriot Smoothie. I'm Patriot Smoothie on Facebook, which is where you're probably watching. There's also Daisy Chris on Facebook, where you might be watching. You can follow us there. I'm
restricted like crazy.
You can look us up on YouTube at Patriot Smoothie or Patriot Smoothie, all one word, or Daisy Media, space in the middle. And follow our YouTube accounts, or follow me again on Twitter at Patriot Smoothie, all one word. And we'll see you tomorrow. I think we're going to go for now. But Chris, you want to say a couple things? I've monopolized here. It's all yours.
You did a fantastic job today, John. That was great. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of bombshells there. Tomorrow I'll be around, so we can start sharing that stuff out. So everyone follow Patriot Smoothie on Twitter. There's good stuff there, and it's important that we get this information shared, and that we counteract some of the stuff in real time. Twitter's a real big place for that kind of stuff. So that sharing on Twitter, sharing around, that really does make a difference.
So I just wanted to, sorry, I do want to give you the rest of the time here, but I want to say one more thing. I gotta get going too. Yeah. Okay, well, I want you to take a minute or two at least. But here's the last thing. So there was a firearms charge from the convoy. Reading this paper, it's, let me go down. I'm going to be posting this graph, the compilation of the screenshots. Where is it here? Firearm. There was one firearm charge. I believe it was around, so it was, yes. Possess restricted or prohibited firearm without holding a license and registration certificate. There was one count of that during the entire convoy, and it was dated to 11th of February. And I wanted to point out that Acting Police Chief Steve Bell, who was at the time Deputy Chief in charge of the intelligence, which we have heard was terrible, said this before a
there was no intelligence.
Acting Chief of the Ottawa Police Service, Steve Bell, testified before a parliamentary committee on March 24th in a back and forth with Dane Lloyd, I believe he was, a Conservative member of Parliament. This was the committee investigating the Emergencies Act, and he testified the following. Dane asks, "It's just a clear question, Interim Chief. Were weapons found? Were loaded firearms found? Yes or no?" asked Lloyd once more. And then Steve Bell replied, "No, not relating to any charges at this point." And that was dated March 24th. And according to the charge sheet, the firearm offense occurred in or around February 7th. So that, I'm assuming that was sworn testimony, first of all.
I would think.
So,
anyways,
the point is that there was no loaded weapon.
Yes, and loaded weapon, and one anomalous weapons charge doesn't necessarily indicate much of anything. I
So
mean,
it was
it's
the
not
11th of February.
it's not unusual for if you follow the Ottawa Police news releases here in Ottawa. It's not unusual for weapons charges like those exact charges to be filed regularly on all kinds of people in Ottawa.
Charges. There were a handful of concealed weapons charges. This was probably
so that's generally a knife. That's generally a knife.
I know of one court case where there was a protester with a large amount of, or somebody allegedly a protester, whoever, who was with a large amount of edged weapons, or maybe I don't know. I don't have any idea about that. I don't know if there was.
I mean, I've seen of cases where people with an X-Acto knife in their pocket, are given a hard time.
I've heard rumors. I've heard rumors. I don't know any specific
that's
details.
just I'm just saying there's a lot of things that could be.
But if we look at the charge sheet here, we can see that there is charges for concealed weapon. There's a few. I haven't had
how many?
Because that's an interesting. So let me tell you. So carry concealed weapon, two counts. One on the 30th of January. One on the 19th of February during the police action and the Emergencies Act. One carried weapon.
How many assaults, John?
So there was 21 assaults in
okay, how many assaults on a peace officer?
11.
Okay, so I'm not going to say who, but I was getting messaging with someone earlier today, who is that this person in particular. It's female. Two of those assault on a peace officers are hers. I have kind of a bit of the story that I can talk to a bit more, but it's kind of a great. Yes, we have to be careful about it.
We got to be careful because a lot of this information is protected by the courts. There is
so this is and we don't want any evidence used against them.
There's publication bans.
But so that's during the police action, let's just say, and that's so one person and two charges.
The court has imposed publication bans on details, certain or all details relating to some of these cases for various different reasons.
Yeah, we have to be careful.
We're absolutely 100% about respecting the orders of the court. The court imposes those publication bans.
I was told I could speak to this and just to keep the person out of it, but I won't give too many details.
With the full authority of with the full authority of the court, and I certainly recognize the authority of the court to make these legal decisions, and I am not going to violate an order of the court in regards to these to anything, especially regarding these orders of confidential information. So we will not be being very careful to speak to that. But the point was, I'm trying to give you a summary look at the different charges here, and I compiled the assaults, but there are other violent charges that you can say. I haven't really been able to go through them. So, for example, there was 87 counts of disobey a lawful order of the court. There was 3 orders of dangerous operations. I believe that would be for a vehicle. There was 15 counts of counsel in an uncommitted indictable offense. Okay, this is bad. I don't know. Okay, so cause of disturbance. There was 3 counts of cause of disturbance by impeding/molesting persons. So I don't know if that means
I don't believe
sexual assault, or that would
don't
mean
so.
Something else in that regard. Not to say that I'm not going to speak to that. I don't. The language impeding and the first and the second word to me are vast. I'm not going to speak to that. Cause of disturbance by fighting, shouting, swearing. There were 2 counts of that. One was on the 17th of February and the other on the 19th. So one right before the police action and one right on the Saturday. Cause of disturbance by fighting, shouting, swearing. Carry a weapon to public meeting, 1 count. Carry concealed weapons, 2 counts. Breach of probation, 4 counts. Fail to comply with the release of order, not failure to attend court, 2 counts. Failure to comply with undertaking, 2 counts. Flight from police officer, 1 count. Fraudulent concealment of property, 1 count. Fraudulent concealment, 1 count. Incite hatred in public place, 1 count, which was on the 12th of, that was handed down on the 12th of March. I think that was an after the fact charge. Intimidation by blocking or obstruction of highway, there was 5 counts of that. Intimidation by threats of violence, there was 2 counts of that. Obstruct, resist a public police officer, there was 112 counts of that. I made a post about that, but the mass majority of those happened on the 18th and the 19th during the police action.
I'd be interested to know how many individuals, like compared to charges.
Okay, but I broke them down as much as I could with the numbers.
No. I'm not saying. Yeah, obviously did a fantastic job.
So I'm looking for the violent crime. So possession of a firearm while prohibited, 1 count. Operation of a conveyance while prohibited, I think that would be driving. 1 count. Possess proceeds of property obtained by crime, one count. Possess restricted firearm without holding a license. So that's on the same day as the possess of firearm while prohibited. So I believe that's to the same
Likely
person.
the same.
So that's February 11th. So 2 firearms charges for that. Again, Steve Bell testified. This document has dates as late as 12th of March. And he testified on the 24th of March that as of this date, there was no charges related to a loaded firearm in Ottawa. So this could have been a person with a firearm attempting to go downtown. This could have been someone in the rural area. It could have been someone who attended the protest and the police attended their property and then found a firearm. This doesn't insinuate that the person had the firearm at the protest. It means that somebody was charged.
What's the verbiage? Does it say that these are
There's
at
no
the protest
statements.
specifically?
There's no statements. These are just this. All it is a total charges from convoy protest. There's no
From
context
convoy
to the
protest.
charges.
Okay.
There's no. This is from the Ottawa Police, though, so obviously within the Ottawa jurisdiction. There's no context to the charges. There's just a list of the charges from the
doesn't
criminal
say
code
defined to a
and the counts.
location or
No.
Yeah. Okay.
No. So technically, if they attended a person's, there was a complaint of a person, and theoretically from the protest, they identify them as a protester. They go to their house or their lodging, and they find them there with a weapon. That does not mean they had the weapon at the protest. Steve Bell testified to Parliamentary Committee that there was no charges for a loaded firearm at the protest. He testified that to Parliament.
That is often how people catch weapons charges for having weapons stored the wrong way, or maybe some type of paperwork.
No, he's prohibited. He's not allowed to have a weapon by the wording of the charges, whoever or she.
Okay.
Uttering threats. So I'm trying to go through the violent charges, of which there are some, and I'm told that there may be more. I'm not an expert on this. Someone like as offensive as it might be to some people, someone like Resistance Cats would be more of a subject matter expert.
Out of the total number of people compared to amount of charges, I mean, what is that proportion like for, it's
well, it depends on who you ask.
Number.
Some people said there was 50 people there. Some people say there was 5 people there. Some people said 5,000. But it's important to remember the vast majority of these charges came during the Emergencies Act and during the police action on 18th and 19th of February.
Yes.
On the 18th of February, there was 192 charges. On the 19th, there was 196. That's the Friday and the Saturday of the police action. And then on the Sunday, there was 34 when there was still a lingering. So I want to read the rest of the violent threats because people say that we don't cover them enough. And I want to give airtime to that and not be monolith. So uttering threats, property damage, 1 count. Uttering threats, death or bodily harm. So uttering a death threat, I believe, 4 counts. Unlawful possession, Schedule 1 substance. I believe that would be something that's not marijuana. Unauthorized possess of a prohibited or restricted weapon. Again, 1 count. This doesn't say firearm though, so there's only 1 firearm count that I can find. Possess weapon, dangerous to public peace, 5 counts. Again, the 3 of them from during the Emergencies Act. I have it. I'm going to leak this. So anyways, guys, thank you so much for joining today. I just wanted to break down a bit of that information. And that's all I have to say. Daisy, I want to give the last minute.
Yeah, I got to get running. Actually, I'm already running late, so I guess I'll just end it there and say thanks so much, John. That's great work today, and I'll talk to you a little bit later tonight to debrief, and we'll be back.
Let's go. See you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Bye bye now.
Yeah.